Hi, Auntie Cherry. I see you the first one in the building. How are you doing today? Hey, Robert. How are you doing today, Robert? Hope y'all having a blessed afternoon. I'm okay. I'm okay. I went out early this morning. I had a doctor's appointment and I came back and had a little breakfast and drank me some hot tea. And that was it. Then I just scheduled my live. That's good. I'm glad you're doing good. Hey, Auntie Lynn, how are you doing today? And you know what, y'all? I have two videos today to do, but I think I'm gonna do three because I don't know if y'all heard about the baby that they was looking for like a week or so, and they confirmed they found her dead yesterday. She's 13 years old, and I has been following that story. And they locked the father up yesterday also too. And I think now they're questioning the grandmother. Ugh. And Auntie Lynn, I was going to send it to you yesterday, but for some reason it did not let me send it to you. I don't know why. Because what I'm going to show y'all today is not even half of what I seen. Because I watched their daughter friends live from Facebook. And I mean, they was coming at the grandmother in all which way, baby. They wanted to fight her at the crime scene yesterday. They did show that the coroner's bringing the dead body out, but they covered that up because there was so many people out there. Oh my God, it was just crazy last night. It was crazy. I watched the whole live until the end. Um, how protect your peace? How is you doing today, sweetie? How are you doing today? So I'm gonna find that one after I do the two that I want to do. I'm gonna find that one because I do want to share that one also too. Um, well, what it was about, a 13-year-old girl went missing the early of March, right? And they reported her missing. The grand the grandmother reported her missing. The grandmother called the school. The school said she didn't show up. Okay, right? Okay, but if the girl didn't come home, why the fuck you would wait to the next day to call the school that your granddaughter did not show up? That didn't make kind of like sense to me neither. Because the little girl stayed in the house with you. She had custody of this little girl, right? So it was just a whole mess. But I watched the whole live. The live went on for like maybe an hour to 2 hours. They was on live. Okay. I mean, oh my God, they was chasing one girl down the street, the fighter. Now, I don't know if this was the mother, the father, mother, or the daughter of the girl, the lady's mother. I don't know. But she came up on the scene from what I seen with my eyes, and they was gonna fight her. And they told her, you may not unalive her, but you know what happened. And she kept saying, no, I don't, no, I don't. And all this, it was a big thing yesterday. Oh my God. It was crazy, y'all. It was crazy. It was really crazy. But yeah, they went off on that live. Um, that exactly, Auntie Lynn. Hey, baby. Hey, ladies. Hello, everybody coming in. I don't have no. Well, Auntie Lynn don't know how to do it. I don't have no more mods in here, so let me just do it right quick because I don't have no more mods in here, and I know Auntie Lynn don't know how to drop it. So let me just drop it. And yes, that case did remind me of that baby's case. It absolutely did. And I'm like, why is and I mean, y'all, the little girl was so cute. Oh my gosh, she was just adorable. I'm like, why? Why is these men unaliving their own children? But now, this is what I heard in the live yesterday, y'all. They were saying that he killed the little girl because that little girl was going to tell her story. Now, what the story was about, I don't know. I don't know if he was molesting this little girl. I don't know what the story was about. But that's what the mama friend stated in the live last night, y'all. I watched the live last night. I'm telling you, I watched it heads on. The mother friend went live. The whole community was out there. Okay. They was bringing a lot of evidence out the house. It was a burnt down, abandoned house, y'all. It was a burnt down, abandoned house. It was a burnt down, abandoned house. This is where they found the body. Yeah, this is where they found the body. So I want to play that too after I do. Now I know it might not show everything I'm telling y'all because mainly what I'm telling y'all is what I seen with my eyes from a live video. They was live on Facebook last night. It was a lot of people on live. So then there was so many people out there on the scene before the coroners got there and take the body. They was doing so much investigation, looking for stuff at the crime scene. They was putting stuff in bags. So they had the forensic people out there yesterday. So then when the coroners did get there, they taped off the backyard of the abandoned house, right? And they put up like something yellow, a yellow plastic thing, because they could not bring the body out just like that, even though she was in a bag zipped up. So they taped everything off because there was so many people out there on the crime scene looking. So they had like 3 detectives covering the part up where they was taking her out, but you can see the bag a little bit, and everybody just broke down crying and saying, rest in peace, we're going to miss you, we're going to make sure we get justice for you. I mean, it was sad. And they was bringing his body out on live. So I seen this with my own eyes yesterday on live yesterday from Facebook. So, and they did have a warrant for the father arrest. The father is in jail. And then from what I'm hearing, that the mother has been taken down, the grandmother has been taken down for questioning. Yes, 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 yes. Why is they doing this? Why? So she was staying home alone at night. You know what particular piece? I'm glad you said that, because that sounds like what it was to me. Because the mama said, the grandma said, when I got home, I seen the house a different. Things was out of place in the house. Because she said she worked at night. And she said, I called the school to see was she at school, and the school said no, she didn't come to school. That's when the grandmama said she called the police. So evidently, the little girl been staying home by herself at night, right? And then from what I heard, now this is what I heard on a live, because I was on a live, right? They said one of the people was out there, said that the little girl called her dad and told the dad that someone was trying to break in the house on her. And the dad went there, and 2 people stayed with her there for like 2 hours. Now, I don't know how the dad came involved, but he had to come involved because he's in custody. So from what I'm getting, I don't believe it was 2 other people in that house. That's what I'm thinking. I believe he went there to that house. I don't believe that little girl called him and said somebody was breaking in. I believe that was his intention. Something was going on with that little girl. And it's y'all know what I'm trying to say now. Okay? And that little girl was tired. And that little girl was going to eventually tell the truth. And he unalived her. Now, that's what I got from it. That's what I got from the live last night, because everybody in the live kept saying it was not adding up. It was not adding up. And then on top of it, why would a grandmother leave a 13-year-old girl in a house alone, whether she your daughter or granddaughter or not? She's underage. She's only 13 years old. She still is a minor. Now, I know certain states that you can leave your children in the house for little hours. I don't know about all night. I don't know about all night. And if that is a law there, why would you want to do that? No cameras in the house, no nothing in the house. But you working overnight, because she said she got off at 9 o'clock in the goddamn morning, or 8 o'clock in the morning. Okay, so then therefore, you're in the house that they lived in, honey, that was a big ass goddamn house for that little girl to be staying in by herself. I said, well, Lord have mercy. Y'all, it was sad. Oh man, It was really sad. So I'm gonna bring that story up after I get into the story right here that I want to share with y'all today. Now, this story here I'm going to share here. This lady here, this is a house of horror, y'all. This lady here had now the mother gave up custody to the father of this child when he was young, right? So I guess the mother couldn't take care of the child, whatever the case may be, right? And I think the father was married to another woman. Well, long story short, the mama died. The father died. So I guess that when the father died, this horrible mother here, stepmother, took responsibilities over the son. But instead of her taking responsibilities over the son, she dogged the son, y'all, for 20 years. The son wasn't going to school, nothing, eating, nothing. The son stayed locked in a room, everything, okay? Everything. Everything. Hey, Auntie Strokes. Hey, Robin Buttercup. So we're going to get into this story because I want y'all to hear this story. And thanks for everybody that timed in. And my goal today, y'all, for my coffee links is 10 coffees. I don't have no mods, but I did drop the link above. But I don't got no mods in here right now. So let's get into this story. Let me get the commercial on. Y'all let me know if y'all can hear it. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear it when I...
She might be acting like she allegedly cares in the slightest about her stepson in this body cam video. But this woman is accused of a crime that not even veteran law enforcement can comprehend.
33 years of law enforcement. This is the worst treatment of humanity that I've ever witnessed.
She allegedly kept her stepson trapped inside this home for 20 years. When rescued, he weighed just under 70 pounds and was 32 years old. Now she is under arrest, and there are major questions about the failures that would allow this to happen. We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. It is hard to come to grips with what police say happened inside this home. You see this picture here. This is in Waterbury, Connecticut. Firefighters responded to a call here for a fire on February 17th. Inside that house, they found much more than just flames and smoke. They say they found a terrifying story of abuse and neglect, and they say this woman is allegedly responsible. This is Kimberly Sullivan. Here she is in custody. Police say that she held her stepson captive for 2 decades inside that home. Police say the man was kept in his room for 22 to 24 hours a day. Before I get into any more of the disturbing details of what allegedly happened in this home, let me lay out the timeline of the night that authorities responded to this fire. Let's begin with the 911 call that we just received.
Oh my God. 911. It's 2 Blake Street.
What's the address?
Please hurry. It's 2 Blake Street. There's a fire.
Okay.
Oh my God. There's a fire.
Ma'am, what's
2 Blake Street. The TV. I don't know. My son, a stepson, is in his room, and I don't know. He did something with the TV. I was sleeping. I fell asleep.
See flames or smoke?
Yes, come on, Steph, come on.
Okay, can you get...
Yes, we need an ambulance, please.
Okay.
Please, we need an ambulance.
Ma'am, all right, you said something's on fire and now you need an ambulance. What's going on there?
Yes, his room, the TV in his room.
Did he get injured? Is he on fire?
Yes, he's injured. Please, send the ambulance.
Ma'am, I'm going to send the ambulance. I need to know what's going on and why they're going out there. Where is he injured?
I don't know. He's kind of, I don't know. He's kind of passed out. He's out of it. Please.
I almost went for a facelift until I found this and tried this lift and tight serum.
Okay, what's your phone number just in case we need to give you a call back?
Please.
Okay, is the fire out, ma'am?
No, it's not. Please. I'm trying to.
I understand, ma'am. I'm trying to get information on what's going on there.
Oh my God, it's like all the power in the house is out. I don't know if it's blew a fuse.
Okay, ma'am, just get out of the house, okay?
Yes, I'm going to call my daughter.
All right.
Oh my God.
Here's the newly released body cam video of what authorities found when they arrived.
over here. Go down the road. Come on. Come down. Come down. Who else is in the house? Who else is in here?
My stepson is in here.
How many other people? Listen,
That's it. I have 2 cats.
everybody's out,
Yeah.
but your stepson's still inside.
Yeah, he's right here.
Okay,
Yes.
come out. Come down the road. Come on. Come on.
Y'all, just to let y'all know, the stepson was the one that set the fire because he was tired of her shit. He was tired of being mistreated. And he think that this was the only way out for him. He was tired of this stepmother mistreating him, beating him, not feeding him. Okay? So that's why he wasn't coming out that house. He the one set the fire because he was tired of her shit. Let's finish it up.
It's not safe to say here. Come on.
All right, here he is. All right, my dog is shaking.
I know. Come down here. That's true. 87 code 3 victim. Fire victim.
Okay.
Come on.
My
87's
dog
right here.
is, I
Come
know
on.
my dog.
I know. Come on.
I'm coming.
You'll see it. Got one victim right here.
Yes, Auntie Lynn, he was tired of her shit.
What you just saw there at the end of the video was the victim, the stepson, being taken to the hospital. According to the arrest warrant affidavit, a Waterbury police officer described the stepson, known as male victim 1, or as we will call him, MV1, as emaciated. His hair matted and unkempt, was very dirty.
They never said the age.
To be
I can't remember.
Days later, in the hospital, MV1 would speak with police officers and give details of what he says life was like over the last 20 years. Before I go into the details of that, here's what the Waterbury police chief said about what you're about to hear. This video is from the news conference courtesy of WVIT TV in Connecticut.
Because frankly, what was being reported was unfathomable to us at that point in time. Through those investigative meetings and through search warrants, we were able to seize physical evidence and conduct interviews and dig up some more information that corroborated the victim's story.
This is the Law and Crime Legal Alert. Did you know that children are being diagnosed with serious conditions like type 2 diabetes and non-alcoholic fatty liver disease? And research is potentially linking ultra-processed foods to these outcomes. Our
she had him since he was a kid.
Are stepping in 2004 when he would have been around 12 years old. When asked about his earliest memories, MV1 said he would sneak out of his room at night to eat and drink. And when it was discovered that he was doing that, he was locked in his room. He recalled drinking from a toilet because he was only getting 2 cups of water a day. MV1 detailed a life being allegedly held captive in this home by Kimberly Sullivan, who allegedly locked him in his room and would only let him out to do chores. Anytime he would be let out and be around someone, he wouldn't speak about what his life was like inside the home out of fear of being locked down even longer. Police say MV1's dad lived in the house until he died in January 2024, and he was confined to a wheelchair. Then MV1's captivity got allegedly more restrictive. MV1 said that he would have to go to the bathroom in a bottle and on newspaper. There are so many horrifying details in the arrest affidavit that we read through, but this part in particular stood out to me when you try to comprehend what this man says his life was like for 2 decades. MV1 says that he was occasionally allowed to watch TV on the weekends. And once he had a black and white TV in his room, but then that stopped working. He said he would listen to University of Connecticut basketball and NASCAR on the radio near his door to be able to keep track of what year it was. He said he wasn't allowed to have friends, and the only time he was ever allowed to have fun was Halloween. The last time he was allowed to go trick-or-treating, according to CNN, was when he was 12 years old, and his last costume was a firefighter. And that leads us to the fire that allegedly set him free. MV1 says He set the flames himself. He says that he used a lighter that he had taken from his now deceased father a year prior, and he used printer paper and hand sanitizer. He told police that he read that hand sanitizer was flammable. MV1 allegedly told Sullivan the fire started because his radio malfunctioned, and then she let him out of his room, but she also demanded that he wash his face before he escaped out of fear that firefighters might notice his appearance. Then the final line of that paragraph hit me in the chest when I read it. It states that MV1 said he laid on the floor with the fire in the house as smoke was going through the home, knowing that firefighters would be forced to get him, believing it was the only way out of his situation. Then he was taken to the hospital where he is now recovering and then had the conversation with police. According to the affidavit, MV1 stood at 5 foot 9 inches tall and weighed 68.9 pounds. He told detectives that he started the fire because, quote, I wanted my freedom. He did suffer smoke inhalation during the fire. He's considered to be in stable condition and is recovering at the hospital.
Yeah, he was
While he's recovering, there are certainly a lot of questions about how this was allegedly able to happen and for so long. Waterbury police say the Department of Children and Families made 2 trips to MV1's house in 2004 after he was pulled out of school because there were concerns from the children and teachers at the school that something was going on. The Waterbury police chief said this about those visits in that news conference, this video from WVIT.
We're doing some background investigation. There are 2 incidents that we had within our computer system of dealing with that address and with the family back in 2005. One was a request from DCF to do a welfare check at the location because children that the victim was familiar with hadn't seen him and they were concerned about him. Officers went to the house. The house was clean. It was lived in. They spoke to the victim at that point in time, and there were no cause for any alarm or any conditions that existed that would have led officers to believe anything other than a normal childhood and a normal family existence was occurring. But that was reported back to DCF, and that was the last that we were involved in that particular investigation. We were called back to the house in the latter part of April by the family who wanted to file a harassment complaint against members of the.
If you're over 50 in the US, do not enroll in Medicare until you watch this video.
The school district saying that they were continuously reporting them to DCF and felt that they were trying to get the family in trouble and have the family investigated. We have no further information about
he was,
where
Rob,
that went,
he was
other than there was no proof provided by the family that there was any type of harassment that was occurring.
That is pitiful, sad, disgusting.
As far as the school district's concerned, we are looking at those records now. We're working with DCF to look at records that they may have from previous investigations, and that's part of the ongoing investigation.
DCF told WTNH in Connecticut that they have no records related to MV1 and his family. They said that in that state, records are expunged 5 years after reports of neglect or abuse are considered unsubstantiated. Now, you may also be wondering, what about other members of this family, about other people who are related to MV1? The New York Post spoke to the man's biological mom. The woman lives in Meriden, Connecticut, which is about 20 minutes from Waterbury, where her son was allegedly being held captive. She told the Post from outside her house, quote, "We are all trying to come to grips with this horror that my son had to endure." And, quote, "He has family who love him so much and has never been forgotten about." The Post says the woman would not answer questions about why she didn't allegedly rescue her son from this abuse. As for the stepmom, here's Kimberly Sullivan appearing in court. She is now charged with assault in the first degree, kidnapping in the second degree, unlawful restraint in the first degree, cruelty to persons, and reckless endangerment in the first degree. Here is what her attorney said outside of court, this per CT Insider.
Absolutely. Yeah, so she completely maintains her innocence. From our perspective,
Well,
these allegations are not true. They are outlandish. I mean, she was blown away when she heard these allegations. She's adamant they are not true. This did not happen. And we look forward to being able to vindicate her and show that she's done nothing wrong.
Can you speak on, I guess, what your stance is, what she I guess you say she's innocent. Can you just kind of explain on that?
She's never locked him in a room. That is
So why would the boy
absolutely
lie?
not true. He was not locked in a room. She did not restrain him in any way. She provided food. She provided shelter. She is blown away by these allegations. It is shocking, and what's more shocking to me is how someone can be falsely accused of such a thing.
And you mentioned her husband passing away recently.
Correct.
Potentially someone who was
The biological father. Well, I mean, he was the biological father. He's the one that dictated how his son would be raised. We think as the evidence comes out, you will see that she's not the villain she's being made out to be. Absolutely not.
You mentioned that the allegations were being.
Yes, they are, Auntie Stroke. Sick and evil.
How are the allegations being from?
Well, the allegations seem to be based on the words of one individual and one individual alone. I did not see anything in the warrant to indicate any independent evidence to corroborate these allegations. So we'll see how they stand up at trial. I do anticipate a trial in this case, given the shocking nature of the allegations. She's adamant. She's done nothing wrong.
Where's the boy now? Where's the
I don't know. But my understanding is, based on my review of the warrant, there was no other person to corroborate any of the claims that were made. And we'll, at the appropriate time, we'll get into the motivations and the credibility of any witness.
Sullivan was held on $300,000 bail, and she was able to post that. So she is free right now as this case continues and her stepson recovers in the hospital. Her next court date is reportedly March 26th. The city of Waterbury and the community are now trying to help this stepson as he recovers in the hospital and faces a long path ahead when it comes to recovering from what allegedly took place. This is a GoFundMe page that the police department linked to on its Facebook page. It's being run by a nonprofit called Safe Haven of Greater Waterbury. And at the time of this recording, it has raised more than $90,000. Talk more now about a really difficult story is Marian Bracha, practice professor of law at Temple University and a former prosecutor. Thank you for taking the time to be with us. I know you in your career, you've worked some really difficult cases. What reaction did you have when you first learned about what police say happened inside this home for 20 years?
This episode of the Oprah Podcast is presented by Lily Direct.
Of course, the lawyer's going to take up for it. That's her attorney.
Resource.
Well, first reaction is it sounds like a House of Horrors. It sounds like something out of a horror film. It sounds like something out of a Stephen King novel. It's almost something that doesn't seem real. But then when you hear the physical condition that the survivor was in, that the male victim was in, you know that it is all too real, and there is actually physical evidence of what he endured for all that time.
How common are, I know this, and we've heard from law enforcement that have said, the chief said in 33 years of his career, he's never seen something like this. But when you have cases where there is someone who's being held captive in a home, how common are these types of cases?
I can't say that a case like this comes down the pike every day. I can't say that this is a very common fact pattern that presents itself to prosecutors for consideration. There have been instances where I've seen and reviewed materials for captive-like cases like this in the past, but again, they're few and far between. And the thing to remember with any case involving a dependent person or with a vulnerable victim is that these crimes go on behind closed doors, in the dark, outside of public viewing. These are not what we call quote unquote street crimes that can be captured by surveillance or poll cameras or a police car that's driving by that happens upon a crime scene. These are things that happen really in the dark and are not often discovered by investigators or by the people who are best suited to help.
Police say that he was pulled out of school, public school, in 2004. And then he was, I guess, considered to be homeschooled at the time, and he just fell through the cracks along the way. How can we track somebody who is pulled out of school, but then it appears that there's no record whatsoever? I know DCF went to the house twice and then said that at the time nothing seemed to be wrong, but how does someone fall through the cracks like that?
Hey, Joanne.
I think the only phrase to use there is administrative failure. Children, and especially dependent children, children who are being homeschooled, children who are suspected of enduring abuse should not be able to fall through the cracks or have their cases closed by a cursory review. How does that happen? It happens with overburdened systems. It happens with overworked social workers and caseworkers. It happens when, quite frankly, there isn't the systemic priority placed on safeguarding the most vulnerable and potentially vulnerable victims of crimes and neglect like this.
Then reportedly in Connecticut, after 5 years, when there's a report of abuse, so in this case, a DCF social worker went to the house, found nothing in their mind at that point warranted any sort of charge or abuse, so it was considered unfounded. In Connecticut, those records are expunged after 5 years, so they don't exist anymore. How common are those laws, and what's the point of those laws?
I think laws and timeframes like that, time limits like that on archiving and on record keeping of certain reports is actually pretty common. And if you think about it, it's not just record keeping when it comes to social services, record keeping when it comes to child and youth protective services. Those time limits exist in almost every industry, in almost every facet of our society. Even things like bank records or tax records, things like that are pretty regularly expunged after a certain number of prescribed years. So unfortunately, I don't think this was any malfeasance. I don't think this was any wrongdoing. This sounds like something that was in line with the agency's policies regarding record keeping and the length of time that records are kept. But this is a fairly common practice. Again, not just in the social service realm, but in most facets of our society.
Is there a reason why, though, in this realm that they would do that? I think back in the day, you only have so much room for so much paper, in an archive room, and then now everything's digital. What's the reason that it would be expunged? Is it protecting someone who maybe was accused in a wrong way, and then they don't want to have that on their record if it was something that wasn't true? In this case, we'll see how the court case plays out.
Yeah, I think both of those considerations are at play when it comes to expunging these records. I think you're right that back in the day when these were paper records, there was physical limitation on storage of however many boxes or folders of information that a particular building or storage unit could hold. The same is somewhat true of our digital archives. There are only so many terabytes that exist in terms of our cloud storage or in terms of these agencies' storage. That's not making an excuse for it by any means, but that there is still that consideration of the storage space available for a forever maintenance of records. But I think you're also right that when someone is investigated or when someone is suspected of wrongdoing and they are cleared, there is a societal interest in clearing that person's name if there are no subsequent reports, if there are no follow-up concerns with that person's behavior or that person's care of a child or a dependent person. And so there is a privacy interest there in terms of
Donald Trump cares about power. He doesn't care about you. Josh Gottheimer is the Democrat ready to stand up to Trump and lower costs. He'll cut property taxes, lower costs for renters, and cut taxes for seniors.
I'm the only candidate for governor with a detailed plan to cut your taxes. I'll get it done. Did you know that you can have permanent teeth in just 24 hours? That's right. Only 24 hours and your new smile is ready. And with affordable payment,
clearing their name and not having records attributable to them for suspected wrongdoing ad infinitum, forever and always.
So if you were a prosecutor on this case going forward, what happens now? Because you have this, certainly the story that male victim one, told authorities. I mean, there's just so many details of it that are just horrific. He himself is a piece of evidence, just with the condition that he was in at the time. What are some of the pieces of evidence you would need as a prosecutor if you were to take this to trial?
So I think there are a few steps of the investigation that I'm sure that are underway and being considered as they proceed toward a prosecution. Number one, the personhood of male victim one has been deprived or jeopardized for all of these years. And so my number one priority as a prosecutor would be to safeguard that personhood, that autonomy, that decision-making and the respect and the dignity that is owed to this victim, to make sure that he is participating meaningfully and willingly in the prosecution without having choices that are foisted upon him that aren't of his making. So I would make sure that he is really involved in the process and that his voice, his preferences, his needs are really heard and attended to moving forward, because obviously he's been through 20 years of having those needs and that voice completely disregarded. So he would be my central focus. There is, of course, the need to gather physical evidence. So I believe his physical condition, his physical state, as you mentioned, is an important piece of evidence. So documenting, photographing, recording how he is physically, his size, his weight, his physical and mental well-being currently after he was discovered after all of these years. And there's also physical documentation of the living conditions where he was for all of those years. The fact that there was plywood and a series of locks on his door, the fact that no one had seen him in however many years. I would be going about the business of finding family members and interviewing them, asking them about their involvement with the family, with the defendant in this case, the caregiver or the should have been caregiver, to find out when the family member's access was restricted to this male victim, when the last time they saw him and what the circumstances of that, of seeing him were. So I'd really be trying to get a holistic view of this person's experiences and living situation, or I should say surviving situation over the past 20 years. And you piece that together with physical evidence, with documentary evidence, with photographic evidence, and certainly with narrative evidence of those closest to him or purportedly close to him or close to the family.
I look at her defense, and her attorney was pretty defiant outside of court, saying that she is completely innocent and we're going to prove this wrong. A lot of things that you would expect a defense attorney to say, especially early on in the case. I think one argument that she is going to make is that he could have left at any time. He didn't talk in the case about any sexual abuse. He said there was one instance of physical abuse. I think it was slapped years ago. He says that had happened. But other than that, it wasn't a physical abuse case, at least according to the arrest affidavit. He was allowed to go outside to do chores. And I think you could see the defense make an argument of, well, he could have left and seeked help at any time if it was really that bad. As the prosecution, how do you push back on that if that's the way the defense wants to do?
So the pushback that I would seek as a prosecutor is to really focus on the psychological harm, which is not just something that exists in one's mind, as it were. It's not just something illusory or imagined. There are psychological and emotional factors that go into holding someone captive, that go into the kidnapping charge, which I think a lot of people hear kidnapping and they say, well, was he taken from one location to the next? Right. Was he taken across state lines? But there is a definition of kidnapping, which means to hold against one's will, to hold essentially captive for the purpose of exposing that person to serious bodily injury. And so the serious bodily injury in this case would have been the deprivation of food and water, the deprivation of medical services. That is the exposure to the serious bodily injury in this case. And so the pushback would be, sure, he was allowed outside to take the dog out or to attend to chores for a few minutes a day. But what about the psychological trauma that had gone on for decades before and for all of those decades ongoing that communicated to this male victim one, if I leave or if I try to leave, is there a greater harm that will come to me than submitting or succumbing to this captivity? And so that is really something that needs to be explored and explained to the jury. That
the number one tip for saggy skin in
so
2025,
maybe that boy
this
had
lift and
fear.
tight
That's why he
serum
didn't ever
enhances
leave.
your skin's look.
Oh my gosh.
holding this male victim captive for all of these years in the conditions that he was kept in really deprived him of the ability to make that choice, the ability to say, well, I'm just going to walk away from this, because in a victim's mind like this, that choice just doesn't exist.
I imagine too for the defense, and I don't envy the job of a defense attorney in this case, because it's there's such you're pushing back on a story that is just, it's so horrific. And I imagine if this arrest affidavit was put up in court where they're talking about how he listened to UConn basketball games so he was able to understand what year it was, that would be really effective to a jury. How else do you see the defense potentially pushing back on the horrific allegations that are being made against their client?
Well, unfortunately, aside from the condition, the physical condition of the victim, so the fact that he was in his 30s and weighed only 70 pounds, and the fact of his living situation, the fact that there was the plywood across the door and the locks on the door, I could imagine a defense putting forward a story or a version that perhaps the danger was coming from the victim, and that these steps, these lockdown conditions that were put in place to keep him in captivity were actually put in place as a safety mechanism or a defense mechanism by the defendant. So I would anticipate the defense to explore and perhaps do some finger pointing to the victim, and to say that this is not someone who was safe. This is not someone who was physically or mentally reliable, and someone whom perhaps the defendant feared, and so she was acting out of self-preservation. I don't know if that would carry the day with a jury, but I could imagine a world where that is a potential defense.
Yeah, it's again, it's a tough job. I think in that case, for everyone's innocent until proven guilty, but for defense attorneys in this case, she was given $300,000 bond. She was able to post that. What do you make of that part of this story?
In most jurisdictions where charges have no available bail, ordinarily that charge would be homicide. So in most jurisdictions, in most states, most criminal offenses do have a bail amount that is available to a charge. Remember that bail is not intended to be a punishment. Bail is intended to secure a defendant's presence and participation in the criminal case, in the prosecution. So if there is no indication that this person is a flight risk, if there's no indication that this person has previously left town or gone on the lam, the fact that she has private counsel is also something that is taken into consideration. She has already invested in her defense, so she is putting out evidence or an indication that she intends to fight this case, which also makes it more likely that she will appear in court. So the availability of bail is not a surprise to me, because there is fortunately no homicide charge here. But at the same time, there would be conditions attached to her bail, things like a stay away order. She will likely be ordered to have no contact with the male victim. She will certainly be instructed that she's not to have any contact or attempt any contact with other prosecution witnesses if there are family members who are sought to be interviewed or testify on behalf of male victim one. So there will be conditions attendant with that bail, but it's not a surprise to me that bail was set and that she was able to post her percentage of it.
And then just lastly, as we look at this story, and so often you hear about the missed red flags that were there. And in this case, you had DCF that in 2004, we don't know what the condition of the home was in 2004, but apparently it wasn't reaching the level that they needed to do something, though people were concerned about it. When you look at the system as a whole, what can be done, just from your career and your experience, what can be done to prevent these cases where these red flags are missed from happening?
Well, my number one question would be, after 2004, when this person was still 11 years old and was ostensibly being homeschooled until the age that they could have declared emancipation or declared independence and left the situation of formal education, where was the state? where was the oversight? Where was anyone making sure that that homeschooling was actually being done, that he was being cared for, and that he was in a safe and if not loving, at least educational environment? I think if there had been some oversight in terms of what condition his homeschooling or his alleged homeschooling situation was, there could have been more eyes on his condition, and perhaps the sad state that he was surviving in would have come to light much, much sooner.
Yeah, it's a horrific story, and there's going to be a lot of questions that will continue on as this case and investigation continues as well. Marion Bradshaw, always great to have you on Law and Crime. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Chris.
We'll continue to follow this story as new details become available.
Okay, y'all, it is a part 2 on this. Hold on, let me find it. I mean, I feel sometimes CPS is slipping through the cracks with some of these children. I that's just how I feel. I definitely do feel that. I feel like they are slipping through the cracks with some of these kids. You know, I think because, you know, some of these parents, they know how to, you know, when they know CPS is coming, you know, they get the house together, make sure maybe a little food in the house for the kids. And I have another story too, y'all. I'm going to show y'all if I have time today. All depends on how much support I get today. I really want to share this other story too, but let me get part 2 of this. You know, they come in and, you know, act like they're good. They're good people, you know? So that's what they do. And like it's food in the house for the kids. Okay, I think this is the other one here. All right, let me see. I think this is the other one. Let me see. I'm gonna make sure this ain't the same.
This combo meals got combinations, make this thing.
Okay, hold on, y'all. I'm gonna bring this one up because I think this is part 2 of it here. Hey, Shay Shay. You know, they go in the house, they see a little food in the house, you know, and then they say, okay, everything's good. The kids in school? Yeah, they're in school. How they doing in school? They're good. They go to the doctor? Yeah, they go to the doctor. And that's it. And that's it. They're going on about their business. And they get fell through the cracks. Sad. All right, let me know if y'all can hear.
Your own creation, entree, drink, and choice of side.
A bunch of monsters. I want to see them all fried. Bold and direct statements in the case of a child, now a man, held captive for 20 years. This is a story that is shocking, infuriating, and heartbreaking. And we're learning more about the family of the 32-year-old man who at the time of his rescue in Connecticut weighed less than 70 pounds. We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart.
Yes, definitely. Absolutely, definitely. I agree with you.
We're not only hearing from the biological mom of a man who was rescued from a house of horrors in Waterbury, Connecticut. We're also reportedly hearing from his half-sister. Both say they looked for him for years, and now they're also shedding light on the woman who is accused of holding him captive for 2 decades.
This is part
Before
2
we get started, though, I do want to remind you of a new project that we're launching here at Law and Crime called Scandal. It's a new YouTube channel that's dedicated to exposing the dark side of fame. And if you can guess by the name, we'll be covering all the wild and disturbing.
There's a fire.
That's the voice of Kimberly Sullivan on February 17th. Here's her mugshot. She's the stepmom of the man allegedly held captive in her home for 20 years. I'm going to tell you what the alleged victim's biological mom and sister are saying about her and what police uncovered in just a moment. But let's break down a story that at this point it is still so hard to come to grips with. Sullivan calling police that night because there was a fire in her home.
Who else is in the house? Who else is in here?
My stepson is in here.
How many other people?
Listen, that's it. I have 2 cats.
Everybody's out?
Yeah.
But your stepson's still inside?
Yeah, he's right here.
Okay,
yes.
Come out.
Now, as you watch that body cam video, even though she may sound like she cares in the slightest about her stepson, who was still inside the house as it was being filled with smoke, what authorities found when they got inside the home, who they found, has led Sullivan to be facing some serious charges and allegations. And based on the comments from our previous story on this case, she frankly may be one of the most hated people in America right now. Even veteran law enforcement are having a hard time understanding the extent to the brutality that Sullivan is accused of doing. Here's what Waterbury's police chief said in a news conference. This video is from WVIT.
33 years of law enforcement.
Yes,
this is the worst
as well.
treatment of humanity that I've ever witnessed. Right. I mean, honestly, when we first started talking about it, we really
eat out of the toilet, drink water out of the toilet.
It took a lot of convincing amongst ourselves to just really accept what was going on, and it's really hard to talk about still. I mean, it's shuddering to think that someone would treat any person, let alone a family member or someone that was entrusted as a guardian or a parental figure in this way.
Police have not identified the 32-year-old survivor by name. In court documents, he's referred to as male victim 1 or MV1. According to the affidavit, the male victim told police he was pulled out of public school in 2004. That's when he would have been around 12 years old. And when asked about his earliest memories, MV1 said that he would sneak out of his room at night to eat and drink. And when it was discovered that he was doing that, he was locked in his room, and he recalled having to drink from a toilet because he was only getting 2 cups of water a day. Over the years, he was let out of his room less and less. MV1 said that he'd have to go to the bathroom in a bottle or a newspaper. He says that his life was so restricted that he relied on listening to NASCAR and University of Connecticut basketball on a radio near his room to know what year it was. Think about that. He was set free by the fire that his stepmom called authorities about, and he told police that he set the fire. He used a lighter, a hand sanitizer, and printer paper. Here's the moment that firefighters took him from the house.
One victim right here. He was still over here.
New Double Serum. Visible anti-aging results in 7 days. The power to change your skin's future.
It's the Spring Fever sales event
And
at
see, y'all, the
Bellavia
thing about it,
Chevrolet. Now is the time to
truth
take
will
advantage
never
of
be
these
really
fresh
told.
deals. Lisa New.
The truth will never be told because his father has passed on, right? So that's why her attorney is saying what he's saying about her. She was a good mother. She did what she could, blah, blah, blah. And like, the attorney is saying, they have to see, what's going to go on because it's nobody to testify to what this boy has endured in his life because the father passed on, which the father was the one that had custody of him. When the father died, which was his wife, she was left with this little boy. Okay? So that's what's going on.
MV1 said that even though his stepmom was telling him to get up and get out of the house, he laid on the floor as the home was being filled with smoke because he knew if he did that, he says, firefighters would have to be the ones to save him and pull him out. He told detectives that he started the fire because, quote, I wanted my freedom. MV1 is now recovering in a hospital, and Kimberly Sullivan is facing serious charges. But there are also a lot of questions about how this situation allegedly happened. Local media in Connecticut has tracked down MV1's biological mom. She lives in Meriden, which is about 20 minutes from Waterbury. Thanks to Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring today's Law and Crime YouTube Takeover. Morgan & Morgan is a law firm with more than 1,000 attorneys, and they win a lot. Here's just some of the victories they've had in the past few months. They secured $9.3 million in a verdict for a car crash in Florida. It's unclear what those were. Here's the statement that she sent to the TV station. Quote, 32 years ago, due to personal reasons and for the full benefit of my son, I made the gut-wrenching decision to give full custody to my ex-husband. This was the most painful, emotional decision any mother can make, but I thought he would have a better life. In retrospect, this did not come to pass. For the last 30 years, my family and I have searched for him to reconnect only to be turned away and shut out. The last few days have been so shocking, disturbing, and disgusting to seem true. I hope and pray we can all begin to heal and helping my son to lead a full, happy, loving life. I know deep in my heart, I have always been there for him and always will. Please grant us the time, peace, and respect as we try to cope with this tragic situation. She told media outlet CT Insider that she thought when she gave up her son, he would be in a better place, not, quote, be with a bunch of monsters. And she's not the only biological family member of MV1 to come forward since this story broke. The biological mom has a daughter who's now 35, making her MV1's half-sister. She says that she spent years searching for her half-brother, especially when he turned 18 on social media and through court records, but couldn't find him. She told the Connecticut Post that she remembers meeting him when he was 3 years old, but then never again. She told WFSB TV that she only lived 12 miles away from the home where her half-brother was allegedly being held captive. She told the outlet, quote, "We just need him to know he's got people. We love him and we want him. He shouldn't have been thrown away like garbage," end quote. She also told WFSB that it wasn't just Sullivan and MV1 in the house, that there were 2 stepsisters who were also there and were loved and cared for. Quote, "I want to see them all fried. They deserve solitary confinement for the rest of their lives. Drink out of the toilet," that half-sister told WFSB. It is unclear at the time of this recording if more arrests will be made in this case. We know that MV1's father died in January 2024. Police say he was confined to a wheelchair. Police have yet to detail the abuse that they believe Craig Sullivan was responsible for, but Kimberly Sullivan's attorney is now pointing the blame to him as she is facing charges. Here's what he said in a news conference to WVIT TV.
The biological father, well, I mean, he was the biological father. He's the one that dictated how his son would be raised. We think as the evidence comes out, you will see that she's not the villain she's being made out to be. Absolutely not.
And here's Kimberly Sullivan appearing in court. She faces charges including assault in the first degree, kidnapping in the second degree, and unlawful restraint in the first degree. She posted a $300,000 bond and is out awaiting the next steps in her case. There are also questions for the Connecticut Department of Children and Families, who visited MV1's house twice in 2004 after he was pulled out of school. The state didn't believe that anything was wrong at the time, even though those in his former school in Waterbury raised concerns. In fact, MV1's elementary school principal told WVIT, quote, "Everyone really was concerned with this child since he was 5 years old. You knew something was wrong. It was grossly wrong. And, quote, we knew it. We reported it. Not a damn thing was done. That's the."
So y'all, the school did report things to CPS when a little boy was going to school. At the time, he was 5. The school was disgusted that CPS did not do anything. And they are disgusted even more now because what led up to this. And it was 2 sisters living in this house. Now, I think that it was her children. Could be by his father, or maybe these 2 kids was by a previous relationship and those children has gone on with their life. But they trying to see that those 2 grown children play a role in this. That's why they said it could be more arrests made in this case.
That's the tragedy of this whole thing. Now, it's unclear what the files say about what DCF saw when they went to MV1's house.
You're right. They've been dropping the bomb for a couple of years now.
World War II was the largest event in human history.
In 2004, because in Connecticut, when a case is considered unfounded, the records are erased after 5 years. Joining us now, crime victims advocate Elizabeth Parker. Thank you for being here. This is a tough story. And one thing that has just stood out to me is so many of the people involved, the police officers, the police chief in Waterbury. We've just heard so many people say, I've never seen something like this before. These allegations are so bad. But how common are these cases where maybe not to this extent, but you're seeing this type of neglect that can be, almost brushed under the rug or fall through the cracks, whatever metaphor you want to use?
That's what
the details in this particular case are so disturbing. I mean, you can tell the community is just in shock that a horror like this can persist for so long without any intervention. But you can see that they fell through the cracks. I mean, this family, it looks like back in 2005, the Division of Children and Families, they were contacted by the school because you have a 10 or 11-year-old child that's digging through the garbage. That's clearly a sign of neglect, clearly a sign of abuse right there. Teachers saw it. They reported it.
Absolutely,
DCF went out and everything appeared to be normal at the home. And then from what it seems from the reports that the family then moved away. They complained about the investigation and then they just kept him hidden. And from that point on, we don't learn anything about the victim. You have the biological sister saying she was searching for him. You have his uncle giving reports that he was searching for him. This is just a situation where they made him disappear and nobody seemed to care. Nobody seemed to know. Nobody seemed to have real tabs on.
And I think they started searching for him when the father died. That's when the mother of the children started searching for their brother. But like she just said, they moved, so they lost all contact. And I will agree, when the school seen this child eating out the garbage can and CPS got involved and they went to the house and let this mother tell them that everything was fine and they walked away, that's disgusting.
On this particular victim, and it's horrific. It's shocking that this could happen, and it's so heartbreaking.
Yeah, and now we're hearing from some of the members of his biological family because the fact it was his stepmom raised so many questions when this story first came out. Before getting to his family, the DCF point, and you have a principal who talked to media saying when he was 5 years old,
yes, they do.
They noticed something was wrong.
And
then you have the school that
money.
when he was older, like 12 years old, that there were these signs. He was like eating out of the garbage. Like, what bar does need to be met to be considered neglect? Like, what could, and we don't know because the 5 years later in Connecticut, after something's found considered unfounded, the reports don't exist anymore. But what could they have seen inside the house that made them think that everything was okay?
These incidents are really difficult because typically you have a child that DCF will talk to and they're terrified. They're scared. They know that they live in that home and they're under the control of their abuser. This is just a different form of domestic violence.
Yes.
Child neglect, child abuse. This is
because what they do, they brainwash them children. They brainwash them children. So them children are scared to speak out. So when CPS do come or the police come sometimes, they will say everything is okay, everything is fine. But a CPS worker and a police officer, they are trained to know, to look into these children's eyes, to know something is not right, to take them kids off to their self and talk to those children. And a lot of times, a lot of these things will not happen like this. These things will come to an end. Only thing you do, you sit, you talk to those kids, you let those kids know, trust us, we got you. We're not going to take you back to their home. We're here to help you. Tell us what's going on. But evidently, these things is not happening. And that's why these kids is falling through the cracks out here.
Domestic violence. And so it's hard because oftentimes without doing a detailed search of the home, having cameras inside the home, seeing how they're really living, by all stretches, by all appearances, at face value, it may seem like this is a normal home and he's thriving. But we do know that those warning signs that the teachers saw, that the principal saw, of him digging through the garbage, stealing food, being hungry on a daily basis, those were huge telltale signs. And
exactly.
I do think that we have made many strides since 2005 to have better databases, to have more reporting. There is more awareness. A child isn't going to be able to be missing from the school system without there being tabs anymore in this day and age. So I think a lot has been done with cases like this, but for this to have gone on for 20 years is just so shocking.
It really is. And you think that potentially there's a social worker somewhere right now who just in the past couple of weeks has realized oh wait, that house that I went to so many years ago, something I could have done. I mean, if that person exists and is still out there, you just think about what they're thinking about in this. I know so many people say, how could this happen? I look at the suspect in this case, Kimberly Sullivan, and according to her defense attorney, she's shocked. She can't believe that she would be accused of something like this, though her stepson weighs less than 70 pounds. But in these cases of neglect, what are some of the characteristics that you typically see of the person who gets charged and accused of being the abuser?
One thing that's interesting is that typically in these cases, we see
Ring, make it, ring, girl, make it.
I hope they're watching. If anybody was on this case,
everybody's loving that Grubhub deal with
parents are more prevalent to be the abusers of their stepchildren than biological parents of biological children. Here we have someone that she was pretty bold and pretty brazen. I was very surprised by the defense attorneys coming out and being so bold about their defense that I think we'll get to. But here, I think the medical evidence is going to be so crucial. There's, the state will be able to prove that there's no other explanation for the starvation as to why he was so emaciated. This was prolonged abuse. This was severe neglect. This was inhumane treatment. I mean, he said when he would eat the very little food that he was given on a daily basis, his teeth would literally disintegrate and fall out.
Wow.
He didn't bathe for years. But, you have the perpetrator, the abuser here, Kimberly Sullivan, on a daily basis was putting fear inside this victim. And we have to remember that, going back to the fact that food was restricted in him for so very long, the brain development, he's still childlike. He still is stuck in that time period of when he was a child in elementary school. He had no schooling. He had no access to the outside world. He's stuck there. And his body was basically shutting down on him, but keeping him alive. And it's amazing what the human body can do. It's remarkable. But when you don't take in enough calories, your brain recognizes it's a famine situation and kind of kicks into gear to keep you alive. Your metabolism slows down. The amount of energy you need to sustain your needs is very slow. So you can maintain that very low body weight for a long time on very few calories a day. But it has a significant impact on the brain. Underdevelopment, anxiety, paranoia, things like that. So, I think in the arrest report, it said his BMI was 11. Which is half of what it should have been. And anything, I think they said under 16 is starvation and under 13 is life-threatening. So he's in the category below life-threatening. So for the defense attorneys to say she was providing him food and shelter and taking great care of him, I think the evidence would suggest otherwise.
Yeah, take us in, because I do want to talk a little bit about what her defense could look like, because the victim in this case is going to be such a key piece of evidence. You look at someone, you say that they're 70 pounds, and it's just such a shocking
at 32
number.
Years old.
But before the specific defense, take us into the world of criminal defense, where if you're representing this woman and then you have to go out in front of cameras and then try and make this argument, what is your goal? What is the goal of accomplishing saying that she's shocked and she can't believe that this was going to happen when, in reality, I think anybody who's heard this story, read the police report, or just hears that number 70 pounds would just say that that's not true.
Typically you keep it very general when you start into a case and into a criminal defense case, and you don't have all of the evidence, or the evidence such as this is overwhelming at first blush. Typically you keep it very general. We're looking forward to our day in court, and Ms. Sullivan would look forward to being able to defend herself from these charges. Typically that's what you say. But here, they came out of the gate saying, she's just blown away by these accusations, and that they're not true, and she provided him food and shelter and care. Let's just look at the body camera footage, Chris. She's standing on the front porch. She's holding her dog, who she clearly cares very much about, to protect the dog from the fire. But when asked, is anyone else in the house, she says her stepson. And then I want to point out to you, when she is arrested and she's placed in handcuffs, and we see that photograph that's on the front page of many of the newspapers, and she's being escorted in handcuffs by 2 police officers. Look at her nails. Her nails are done. Her makeup's done. She's very put together. She's got on a nice outfit. She's got jewelry. She's got highlights. So if she's able to take care of him and keep the lights on, the electricity, pay for the house, pay for the food,
they're trying to say
pay for the way that she looks,
but not him.
She had to be working. And we know from some of the reports, there are people that worked with her that have expressed their, regret and expressed their feelings about the case.
And not only that, we know she was working, but she bailed herself out in 2 days.
The case. So we know she's working, she's leaving the house. So let's try to, as the defense, explain around that, how he didn't escape, how he wasn't able to, for years and years and years, when she's working, escape unless he's locked up. Because he thought his only choice was to set the house on fire, put himself in danger, because that's the only way somebody could come in to save him. He didn't see there as any way for him to escape. So
right.
I think that's significant insight into the daily torture that he underwent in this home by her.
Yeah. And of course, innocent until proven guilty. She'll have her day in court as this goes on, and we'll see what her argument is. The defense appears to be trying to plant a lot on her husband, who passed away more than a year ago. He is the biological father of male victim 1. So when we hear of the quotes that the biological mom was given, she decides to give up custody at a very young age. And then her ex-husband ends up having custody of male victim 1, who then was married to Kimberly Sullivan. How effective can the defense be in that for the majority of, they'll paint Craig Sullivan as this terrible person, I'm sure. And if that's the case, how effective can that defense be that he was really the ringleader of all of this and really set everything into motion?
Assuming that's true, he died in January of 2024. So how do we explain what happened from that day forward? But she's living in that house, allowing, if he's the one that, Mr. Sullivan is the one that was the architect behind all of this, which the victim does not seem to agree or abide by that story. I think he says his dad did let him out, and, his dad never locked him in the room. But assuming that to be true, their defense to be true, she's a co-defendant. She's a co-conspirator. She's just as guilty as Mr. Sullivan is for all of this. And then everything that transpired in that time period.
But I don't believe the dad did that, because the boy did say the dad let him eat, come out his room. He was going outside and everything. I think after the dad passed away, that's when the stepmama started treating him like shit. Okay, because the dad was not there anymore to see how she was doing his son. He probably missed his dad. You know what I'm saying? He probably still going through trauma of his dad, of his dad passing. And then on top of that, now the wife that was there to protect him when the dad passed away became his monster. She became the boy monster. Okay, so the boy clearly said, that the dad did not abuse him. The dad let him out. The dad fed him. The boy was going to school and everything. When that dad passed away, that's when this started. Okay. And she's supposed to be this little boy protector. And she felt him. And she became a monster to this little boy.
After he passed away, got sick, was in a wheelchair, whatever the case may be, that's all going to be on her. She can't get around that. So I don't know that that's necessarily the smartest defense. It may be the only thing that they're left with at this particular point. But
yeah, well, I was going to say, because the other, just thinking of what her defense could be, you heard that, we were talking, the defense attorney said something along the lines of like, he was fed, and he wasn't, he was allowed out at certain points. Why didn't he go out and, alert the public and get the help that he needed. And I don't know if in court you would want to get into a he said, she said with someone who's clearly been through so much, physical issues. But how would you go about that defense if that's what you wanted to paint it as, is there wasn't any physical abuse, there wasn't sexual abuse, but he was just being kept in this room?
I mean, I think the way that you go down that path is that he was restricting on his own. He wasn't, he was provided the food, he wasn't eating it, and then, or he had some sort of medical condition that was preventing him from gaining weight. And then, he's paranoid because he's underweight, and that's causing anxiety, paranoia. He's made this all up. None of this is true. I think there's, other than his weight and his medical condition, there's not, from what we see in the arrest report, any other corroborating evidence outside of a lock being on the door,
Right.
him being unkempt, his teeth being rotten, things like that. But at this point,
Yeah,
he's
the boy
32
didn't go to
years
the
old.
dentist,
So
doctor, nothing.
is he just not caring for himself? Anything over the age of 18, is she responsible for? I mean, I think those are questions that will all remain to be seen.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a really tough argument to make, though. I think if that's your case going to court, it could be tough. $300,000 bond. She's able to make that, so she's walking free right now ahead of her court appearances.
Yeah.
She's still facing
But
some
she
very
worked. She got
significant
money.
charges. There's an argument about the role of what bail should be. Is that a punishment, or should it have been higher based on just the horrific nature of the condition that the victim allegedly was in when police found him? What do you make of that?
Each state handles bail or bond a little bit differently, but really it's to ensure that the person returns back to court. It's not meant to punish, because, as you did say, they are innocent until proven guilty. I would have liked to see her on house arrest, have a little taste of her own medicine if she was going to be let out. At least have her confined to her house. But I guess the judge didn't see the wisdom in that. But well, hopefully she's going to show up back in court. As her lawyer said, she's looking forward to defending herself. So I think that'll be an interesting defense to see where they take this.
Yeah, and the $300,000 amount, just for people who may not follow the ins and outs of court every single day, is that cash that she's posting? Does that mean she has $300,000 that she then puts forward? Like, what could she have had that allowed her to make that amount? Because that is still a pretty significant amount to put up.
Yeah,
which also would potentially speak to the amount of money that she did have, along with clearly what she was wearing when she was arrested.
Didn't take care of that boy.
Well, bond can be posted in a number of different ways. First of all, you could put the whole amount up in cash, and you get that back when the case is over. You can also post with a bondsman, which typically they would only take 10% of what the $300,000 would be. Sometimes you can put up collateral. Maybe you can sign, over the deed to your house, a car. It just depends on, what assets that you have that the bondsman is willing to take. But typically it's 10% of the dollar amount.
And you're a crime victims advocate. This case, I think of this male victim one, and just the story he told, and for as horrific it was, there's just the moment that he said, I just think of the determination.
Appreciate you, King.
To the lighter that he got from a year earlier with hand sanitizer that he learned is flammable. He had printer paper. It gives you goosebumps thinking of, like, he just laid on the ground when the smoke was surrounding him because he knew firefighters were going to be the ones that have to take him out. I mean, that is, it's a powerful affidavit to read through. What does his future look like, knowing that he has a 4th grade education reportedly, and he weighs, physically, he's in such difficult shape as well?
Well, I think there's we're in kind of a dangerous time period, because medically his body has to learn how to adjust to eating and food and calories and all of that. And that can be a dangerous time for his organs to adjust to this new normal of caloric intake and a different type of food than what sandwiches for 20 something years, a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. So I think he is very resilient. It seems like from what I read in the affidavit that he had taught himself. You know, he did have some books he read through a dictionary. He would teach himself. You know, he's very, very, very self-taught, smart enough to figure out that the hand sanitizer would be a good accelerant that he could use, smart enough to figure out that he couldn't leave, but that if somebody came in and saved him, and the only way that he figured would be to set fire to the house. So I think he does have a bright future. It seems like the community has really rallied against him,
Yeah.
I mean, for him, against her, and in support of him. And I think I read somewhere that over $100,000 has been raised for his benefit. So he's going to need significant counseling because he's got severe case of PTSD. I don't know how he ever is going to be able to live a normal life, but it's certainly going to be better than what he's been living for the past 20 years. And I praise him and just hope that he remains strong and healthy and can recover from this.
Yeah, no, well put. It's just such a shocking story. We'll see how it plays out. She is due in court next week, so that'll be the next step in the legal proceedings surrounding what was discovered at this house in Connecticut. Elizabeth Parker, always great to have you on Law and Crime. Thanks for being here.
Chris. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Kimberly Sullivan is due back in court on March 26th. As for a GoFundMe page that the city of Waterbury has put out to raise money for MV1, it's now at more than $128,000. For On the Case, presented by Law and Crime.
So that was the end of that, y'all. So yeah, they raised a lot of money for him. So, you know, she made a good point. The boy didn't leave because he was being locked up every day in his room when she go to work. So that's why he didn't leave. So she keeps saying he had access to get out. No, he didn't have shit because you locked him up in the damn room and he couldn't get out. Okay? And you know you did, lady. But you know, these caseworkers got to do better. They has to do better. Okay? You go out to these people's houses, when you get complaints, you see 2 packs or 3 packs of meat in the freezer. You see a little bit of oodles and noodles, some little juices and canned sodas and eggs and sausages and all that shit. And you think the goddamn kids is okay. But in the process of that, those kids is suffering in some type of way. Okay? But y'all just see that little bit of food. And, you might not see the house spotless, but it's a little something to y'all to make y'all feel good as to close the case. And that's what y'all do. And y'all never comes back. And those kids is suffering. Okay. And then sometimes these kids is never making out unalive. They be unalive, and it's sad. Now, this story here, y'all, this young lady here, CPS took her children away from her. Okay, let me bring it up right quick. Hold on. Let me
Cam footage from Sunrise Hospital. This takes.
Hold on, y'all. Just stay with me for a second here.
30 times.
Okay. No, this lady here. I think she was the dad's girlfriend, and she was watching the baby, and she unalived the baby, y'all. But this is not the one I really want y'all to see. Hold on. The one I really want y'all to see. Let me see, can I find that one I really want y'all to see? But if I can't find that one, I'll let y'all see this one. Let me just see, can I find the one I really want y'all to see? Because these mamas. All right, let me see. CPS, y'all need to do better. Do better. You got to do better. You got to start protecting these children. We know these children did not ask to be here, and y'all need to do a better job in protecting these children. Stop just going there and you see a little food and then you just leave out and say, okay, and then the case is closed. And then after that, they get phone calls and the kid is gone. You got to do better. Okay, I can't find that one. I don't want to keep y'all holding. So I'm going to find that one tonight. And we're going to do this one tomorrow. But let me bring this one up. So the one I'm going to look for tonight, y'all, CPS took the mom kids. I just give y'all a little update. CPS took the kids away from the mom. So I guess the mom did everything that CPS maybe wanted her to do, maybe complete programs or whatever the case may be. Okay? Well, CPS gave the kids back to the sick mama. Okay? And the mama killed the kids. And the little girl seen her mom killing the brother, y'all.
At least twice per second. So
she said to the mom, she said, "Mom, stop. What are you doing?" And the little girl ran in the bathroom. That's the one I'm going to show y'all tomorrow. When the mom took the knife and lunged the knife in the son's chest as he was sleeping. And then she went to the little girl in the bathroom and strangled her. I'm going to show y'all that one tomorrow. Because I don't want to keep y'all waiting on that one. So, all right, let me bring this one. And let me know if y'all can hear it.
I'm going to count with you, okay? And then after the 30 times, we're going to do 2 breaths, okay?
Let me know if y'all can hear
it. Okay? We're going to 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I seen it about the 5-year-old. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. Now go ahead, pinch her nose, tilt her head back, and
let me know if y'all can hear it. Put 1 in the
into her
chat.
lungs, okay? Okay. Let me know, and once you do that, start pumping her chest again 30 times. Oh, done. Now, if she wakes up, we're going to... They're there? Okay, I'll go ahead and let them take over, okay? Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
When the first responders arrived, the child, 5-year-old Janiyah Russell, was laying on the floor of the residence near the couch. She wasn't breathing, she had no pulse, and she was unresponsive to pain. Only one other person was in the apartment when the medics arrived at around 7:50 a.m. And that person was 23-year-old Chevion Imani Miller. She told the first responders that the last time she had checked on Janiyah was around 4 a.m. Immediately, bruising was observed around the child's face. Then when the medics cut off her shirt so they could administer aid, they found similar significant damage to her torso as well. Chevion Miller told them that the little girl doesn't have any previous medical history. She also ruled out any possible injury resulting from a fall. Miller did, however, mention that Janiyah had been in a fight outside with other children a few days prior. Janiyah was rushed to Sunrise Hospital in the back of an ambulance. Upon arrival at the hospital, the child's body temperature was only 88 degrees. This is about 10 degrees cooler than it should have been. Janiyah was described as covered in bruises. Contusions were found on her forehead, eyes, lips, neck, arms, legs, and stomach. She had also sustained lacerations to her mouth and nose. Then she had serious bruises to her bottom, as well as 2 black eyes. Observations also revealed 3 broken ribs that were determined not likely to be from CPR. But the worst of all Janiyah's injuries was a major laceration on her liver that led to internal bleeding, which, sadly, the little girl never recovered from. She'd passed away long before she got to the hospital.
Thank you, King. Thank you.
I got a phone call from social services or from CPS. He called me and he said, I have to tell you something. I have some news. And I'm like, couldn't even fathom to think of what he was going to tell me next. He said, I was reading the paper. He said, Janiyah. And I said, who? He said, she passed away. I said, who passed away? What do you mean she passed? It was like an immediate emotional separation from that moment, that phone call. The memory is fuzzy after that. And I just remember saying, what? And according to Sarah, my youngest daughter, she was there. And as soon as I said, what? Like, think of a bomb. And when it hits, it just explodes out. So when I said that, she came running in the room. And according to her, she said she had to catch me because I was going down.
Uber Eats is delivering more deals so you can watch more basketball. Right now, get a buy one, get one pizza from Little Caesars.
She's so pretty.
You know you're gonna leave Grammy and Nene, right?
Yes.
With your daddy. You know that, right?
Yes.
You gonna have fun with your daddy?
Yeah.
That's good.
Look at her, y'all.
You can call
Oh my
Grammy
gosh, she's
anytime,
so
okay?
full of
Okay.
joy.
I'm gonna give your daddy my phone number. Because I love you.
I'm gonna talk to my mommy and then.
But
I'm
y'all,
talking to-
I want y'all to pay attention to what this little girl gonna say. And I'm not gonna say anything to y'all. I want y'all to catch what this little girl gonna say to her grandmother. So listen.
My mommy when he's being mean to me.
Okay. That ought to be interesting.
And
Okay.
then my dad would hit me because that's why mommy tell me I can don't my dad touch me. And then he's still touching me.
Did y'all hear that? Put a 1 in the chat. Did y'all hear what that little girl said? Did y'all hear what that little girl said? I don't know if the grandmother caught on to what this little girl was saying. Did it make sense to the grandmother? But did y'all hear what that little girl said to the grandmother? Okay? She told the grandmother that her dad was touching her. There you go. Absolutely. Absolutely. I just want to make sure y'all heard what I heard. I want to make sure I ain't crazy. Let's continue.
Well, hopefully you
At the house.
we won't be doing all of that.
At the house.
And
Okay.
you just have a great time with your daddy, okay?
Okay. My mommy tell me don't let my dad touch me. And then he's still touching me.
Did you hear it? Did you hear it again? She said, my mom said, don't let my dad touch me, but he's still touching me. Did you hear it? My God. Lord, have mercy.
The coroner stated that the injury to her liver was so severe that it likely killed her within minutes. But these weren't the only damages Janiyah Russell sustained.
Wow.
There were small tears and abrasions to the little girl's genitals, inside and out. The doctor claimed he believes these are from blunt force trauma and introducing something foreign into the child's body. Then, underneath Janiyah's fingernails, a male sperm sample was found, as well as another smaller sperm fraction inside the child. Both of these were sent away for DNA testing. Janiyah's death was ruled a homicide, and her cause of death, blunt force trauma. Her tiny little body seemed to have been used as someone's punching bag. This beautiful child with an infinite smile and never-ending energy had quite clearly been beaten to death. If the coroner was right, one can only hope that her passing was quick and she didn't have to suffer for long.
Hey, baby.
Her estimated time of death was initially believed to have been within an hour of first responders arriving. But that's something we'll come back to later, because it may very well be an important key to what actually happened.
Rebecca.
What you're about to see is the body cam footage from Sunrise Hospital. This takes place shortly after arrival, before Chevion gives official voluntary interviews to police. This is the first time you'll see her on camera. Pay no attention to the time shown on the body cam, as it's inaccurate.
Hey, ma'am. Are you babysitter?
Yes.
Are you family?
Yeah.
Okay, who are you?
They call CPS on her
I need to
ass.
stay right here, please.
And the police.
I know this is very difficult right now, okay? I just need to get some information from you really quick, okay? And I need to just get that, and then we'll go to the next step, okay? Who are you to the child? Nobody? Are you family?
No, I was dating her dad.
Okay, and what's your last name? First name? What is it?
S-H.
What's your date of birth? And your social? No? And a good phone number for you, please? Thank you. Is it Siobhan? And then who's the father? What's his name? Who are you dating? Richard Avis?
Richard Davis.
And that is my point, Auntie Lynn. That is my goddamn point. If we understood that baby, why didn't that grandmother understand that baby? Okay. And then when the little girl told the grandmother, did the grandmother tell the mother? So the mother can investigate and talk to the father? I mean, come on. That baby clearly told the grandmother. And then the grandmother, she laughed it off, a little smirk on her face. So I didn't see the whole video of this, y'all. So I don't know what's going to take place through all of it. Because some of this, I just stopped watching because it got me a little upset. So we're just going to continue to watch it.
Do you know his date of birth? And what's the child's name? Janiyah. Can you spell it, please?
What a beautiful name.
So every senior between the ages of 50 and 85 need to know about this. There is a new $40,000.
And her last name, Davis? Okay, do you know her
Baby
date
was
of
only
birth?
5 years old today.
Thank you. Okay, you said she got jumped at school?
No, she's not in school. I don't know what really happened. It was just in our neighborhood. I sent her outside to play, and she came back.
At the Sweets?
Yeah, looking up.
And when was this?
It was like the day before yesterday or yesterday.
So Monday?
Possibly, yeah.
Okay, so you went and let her outside to go play, and she came back all scruffed up?
It might have been yesterday, yes.
Yesterday? Okay. Did you call medical at any time or anything at that point?
I didn't because I thought, it was just some kid stuff. And
Roughhousing or something?
Yeah, it was no big deal.
Did it progress? Did she complain of anything in the
I
past?
just didn't send her back outside after that. And like I said, I was telling the nurse that when she was in the tub, she was like on her side. So she was kind of like sniffing and drinking the water. I don't really know how to explain it much. But she was like,
This morning?
It was last night. She was in the bath.
Okay, and then what happened this morning?
And I went to go, she went to bed last night. Everything was fine. Went to go check on her.
No, that baby was already deceased. You're the liar.
I would say around that time.
This morning?
Looked at me. Maybe it was a little later, maybe 5. She looked at me, lay back down, didn't really say anything. Then I went to go check on her again, and she was just staring up.
What time did you look at her again?
Around 6, maybe 7. No, it must have been around 6.
And she wasn't responding to you?
No. I'm sorry, I'm trying to check the time.
And then one stepmother gonna send a child outside to play, and she gonna come out in bruised up. And then she also said that they was bullying the girl in school, the little baby in school, and she had a fight. Now, I know goddamn well if anyone of y'all in this chat got kids or grandkids, and your child came home scuffed up in the face, anywhere, hair pulled out, ear half off, gone, whatever, you're gonna go to that goddamn school and you're gonna call the goddamn police. Okay? You're not gonna wait until the next day to call the police. Okay, they need to lock her ass up right here in this hospital. A 5-year-old gonna come home like that, and you're not gonna have no repercussions for that school to find out what happened to your child. And this is not even her child. Okay.
And that's when you called 911. You called at 7:45.
Yes. So I would say about 7.
Yeah, she's a liar, Auntie Lynn.
And I laid back down because I thought she was just
that's my question. Why would she let the baby go to the people's house, the father's house, after she said what she said? I'm trying to understand the grandmother. Just like Auntie Lynn said, that baby was clear. You can hear her very clear of what she said. Very clear. You can hear her very clear of what she said, that he was touching her. So why didn't the grandmother hear it? I don't get it.
And then that's when you called 911?
Yes. Okay. When I realized she wasn't playing.
Okay. All righty. Just hang tight for me, okay? We'll get some people to, would you like, I know you have somebody here, would you like somebody else to come help us through this process? Okay, just hang tight for me, okay? Hi, young lady. You awake? Hi.
I'm not sleeping.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I didn't want to assume. I'm Officer Marshall of Las Vegas Metro. Hey, are you able to do a volunteer statement?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna bring you one. Okay. I know you already talked to Officer Kravets, so I'm not gonna re-question you a bunch of stuff and all that. I'll get any information I need from him. Okay. And really, he's still in charge of whatever's going on over here. Okay. What happened to your head? How did you get scratched up? What happened to your head? How did it get scratched up?
I'm not sure. I didn't even know I was questioning.
No? Okay.
Stuff happened.
Yeah, I get it. You from Cali?
No.
Is that 504? Oh, I thought that was Southern Cali. I'm gonna close this out so you can have some peace.
There's no peace.
Well, you know what I mean. So other people aren't all up in your business, you know?
This has to be a joke.
Well, unfortunately, I'm sorry it's not. I'm gonna explain this to you, okay? You can take your time, fill it out at your convenience if you want to fill it out, okay? Here, I'll give you this list to work on. So if you want to start here, can you see it or no? This is your name, okay? Just fill out all this information as correctly as you can, including a good address and a phone number for you. In the details, it's literally whatever you know happened, okay? From last night, I know there was some mention of some water getting swallowed and stuff like that. Probably important stuff to put in here, okay? When you're all done, I'll be right here with you, okay? Any questions to anything so far?
Why did they keep trying
Keep trying what?
to save her? I thought she was dead. I thought she was just leaning. So where do we go from here?
Well, a couple detectives will come out. Obviously, they're going to have to do a little bit of an investigation, at least to determine what happened with the child. And they'll talk to you and get your side of the story, whatever happened. That's why I say you don't have to fill this out because they're going to come in here and talk to you anyway. Okay. And then from there, whatever they decide will happen or whatever their investigation will lead them, we'll go from there.
Gabapentin is bringing you closer to amputation. These are 3 symptoms that are signaling that you could be close to.
Yeah. That you should know, girlfriend or babysitter has some cuts on the back of her head. They look pretty fresh. Has no idea how they got there.
Thank you.
You can see it in between the braids.
Yeah.
But it looks pretty fresh.
Shortly after this body cam footage concludes, investigators arrive at the hospital and record voluntary statements from Chevion Miller. This is an edited down version of the first one.
Today's date is September 11th, 2019, and the time is 10:57 in the morning. This interview is taking place at Sunrise Hospital. Also present is Detective Hernandez, P number 7567, and investigator Rosalind Flores from the coroner's office. Are you from Vegas?
No.
Where are you originally from?
Louisiana.
Louisiana? Okay. How long have you been out here?
Since I was 13.
Okay. Did your family move from Louisiana, or did you come out here by yourself?
I moved with my auntie, and then I was in foster care.
Okay. All right. Now, it's my understanding that you live with a Mr. Richard Davis.
Yes.
Okay. That's your boyfriend? Okay. How long have y'all been dating?
5 years.
5 years? Okay. Do y'all have any children? No. And does he have any other children other than Janiyah? Did I say it right? Okay. How long have you guys lived over at 4855?
Like 4 or 5 months.
About 4 or 5 months? Okay. Do you work?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Have you worked prior?
Yes.
What kind of work did you do?
Call center, service.
Okay. Was that here in town in Vegas?
Yes.
Okay. And you say you've been out here since you were 13? Well, let's see. How old are you now?
23.
23. Okay. So you've been here for 10 years.
All right.
Does Richard work?
He did.
He's not currently working?
Mm.
What kind of work did he do?
Walmart.
Walmart? Okay. When was he let go?
About 2 weeks ago.
About 2 weeks ago? Okay. So I guess my question is, how are you paying the bills if neither one of you are working?
Oh, well, since neither one of us is working, like, we have outside help and stuff like that.
Okay, so you got friends and family maybe, or?
Yeah, we were supposed to be moving with somebody.
So you've pretty much been involved with Janiyah since she was born, since she was a baby, yeah?
No, he just got custody of her a year ago.
Okay. So the mom had, did they share custody prior to that?
No,
So mom had full custody, and now he has full custody.
pretty much.
Okay. Do you have any contact with the mom?
Not really. She calls, but when she calls, we just let her talk to Janiyah. She don't really talk to us as much.
Okay. All right then. Do you have any family here in town currently?
I do, but I don't associate with my family as much.
Not with yours? Okay. And what about Richard? Does he have any family here?
We seem like every once in a while.
Okay. Does anyone else live with you guys over at 4855?
No,
Any household pets, dogs, cats, birds?
just a cat.
Just a cat? Okay. Who takes care of Janiyah when you guys were working?
We switch out. Separately when he works. I work on his off days. So the days that he's off, I stay at home with her. And then the days that I'm off, he stays at home with her. And then we need somebody to, we just have somebody to watch her if we need to.
When it comes to ideas for your bath project, you have options within options at Floor & Decor.
If you're over 50 in the U.S., do not enroll in Medicare until you watch this video. New Medicare benefits.
Okay. Well, and how is Janiyah? Is she a healthy little girl? Is she playful, active?
Yeah, all of that.
Any medical concerns with her?
Not at all.
Did she go to school?
She was about to start.
She's about to start to go to, what's fine? So kindergarten?
She's smart. She was going to be in first grade.
Oh, okay. Was she already enrolled?
No, we were moving around. So we didn't, like I said, he just got her. So he didn't really have her social. And the little girl we were babysitting, we had to pick her up from school. And he was going to see if we could put her in her school.
All right. So let's, what I'd like to do is we want to talk about how we all ended up here today. Just be honest with me and tell me the story, all right?
Yesterday, she was outside playing, and she came back in the house crying because she had run into a scuffle. But last night, after dinner and stuff, she ended up getting in the bath. She was in the tub, and it's like she was like sniffing or drinking the water, and I had to correct her about it because she was like, I don't know if she was like, I don't really know how to explain how she was doing it, but she was like trying to breathe almost in the water. Like, I don't really know how to explain it. But so like I said, I corrected her about that everything was fine, put her to bed, checked on her. Like I said, she wakes up periodically. So a few times out the night, she gets checked on. And by 4 o'clock, I would say 4 o'clock, because it was right before her dad left, got up and checked on her. She was fine. She was up. He left. I laid back down, went to sleep, got up to check on her because, normally she's up at a certain time. And she was just staring. I don't really know. It's that look she had. I thought she was just laying there or just playing, but normally if she sees me, she'll pop her head up or something. So I just didn't pay any mind to it. So I went to go lay back down for like another 30 minutes until I realized she didn't get up to knock on the door. She didn't call for me or nothing. So I went to go check on her again, and she was still looking the same. And so I was just like, okay, something's wrong. And at that point, I called her dad, and then I called the hospital.
Okay, so you say yesterday, which is going to be Tuesday the 10th,
You said she was outside and that she had gotten into a scuffle.
Or something up to where she came back just ruffled up, yes.
About what time do you think that was?
It was like later on in the day, older time of day, maybe 4 or 5 o'clock, maybe.
So about 4 or 5? Who was home at that time?
I believe it was just me home at the time.
So she say that she came into the apartment.
Mm-hmm.
How did she look?
Beat up. Like her eyes, her face, she just looked like somebody had roughed her up. Her hair was pulled. Her clothes were messed up, like she was all dirty and stuff. Like she was just outside playing or, getting rough. Roughed up or something. And by the time we went out there to go see what was going on, everybody was gone. It was nothing or no one to be found.
All right. So what did she tell you happened?
She was just like, they were being mean to her. And I kept saying, who was they? She was like, the kids. Like, she was just really upset.
So she didn't tell you the names of any of the kids, or
She had just started going outside. So I don't think she would even know their names like that. It's like, we don't send her outside like that. It shouldn't have been no kids on her, to be honest, but
has she? Has she got hurt like that before outside?
she don't go outside. So
this is the first time she's ever been outside?
it's not the first time she's been outside. That's just one of the first few times.
Okay.
And I didn't really think to, ask where were you at when, I figured I knew where she was at.
Did you hear any fighting? Did you hear kids?
I always heard the kids because we live right by the pool.
Did you hear her cry out or cry for help? Or
No.
You didn't hear her screaming or crying or anything like that?
She's a tougher kid. She's
tough? Okay. So she comes in after the incident outside. Did you check her body out to see what was going on? Did you see if she was hurt?
She was.
And what did you see hurt?
Her face.
Can you, so what was on her? What did you see on her face?
She had a black eye, and then like the other side of her face was kind of messed up. It was some other things. I don't know. I think. Her mouth might have been messed up.
So what happens after you check her out?
I checked her out, made sure, like I said, I went to go see what was going on outside. Everything had died down at that point.
Did y'all have dinner that night?
Yeah, of course.
What was for dinner?
Well, we don't honestly have much in the house right now, so she just had tender sauce and a sandwich.
Did she eat what normal? Normal size portions?
Yes.
What time do you think dinner was?
She got to bed at 9, so I would say it was like maybe 8:30 or something.
Okay. So at 8:30, 9 o'clock, she seems fine. She had supper. Is Richard home at this time?
Yeah.
So he's been, what time did he arrive home?
Like right before she had to go to bed, so like 8 something.
Okay.
It was like 8 something.
And where was he at?
Jania's father, Richard Davis, was gone during the time Chevion claims the little girl was in a scuffle with other children on September 10th. He was, in fact, at a Popeye's Chicken restaurant eating food with another man. We can verify this with security footage from the establishment. During the video, while waiting for his food to be made, he can be seen being very annoyed about something. I have no clue and can't even begin to speculate about what made him so frustrated. Nevertheless, for the purpose of creating a timeline, let's quickly recap what Chevion says happened to Jania from Tuesday, September 10th when Richard was out eating until emergency personnel arrived the following morning. According to Chevion during her first interview with police, between 4 and 5 p.m. on Tuesday, September 10th, Jania is in an altercation with children outside the apartment complex she lives in. She comes home crying, upset, and beat up, sustaining a black eye, additional facial damage, possible mouth injuries, and pulled hair amongst other signs she's been roughed up by someone else. But when Chevion goes outside to investigate, she doesn't see anyone suspicious. A short while later, Richard returns home at 8 p.m., just before Jania eats a dinner between 8:30 and 9 p.m. consisting of tater tots and a sandwich. Chevion claims that Jania ate a normal portion of the meal before taking a bath and going to bed at around 9 p.m. in her normal spot on the couch in the front room. She follows up that she and Richard then went to bed at around 11 p.m. While in the bath Tuesday night following the altercation, Chevion claims Jania was trying to sniff, drink, or breathe the water in the tub. She states that she had to correct Jania about it, but offers no further explanation during this interview. She goes on to claim that everything was fine when she put Jania to bed. She then says she checked on the child at around 4 a.m. and the child was fine and up. This was just before Richard left to go donate plasma in town. For those of you who don't know, plasma is the liquid part of your blood. You can donate it regularly for cash. Richard then leaves the apartment at around 5 a.m. and can be spotted on a bus heading into town. Soon after, Chevion gets up to check on Jania again, and this time she does so by pulling back the little girl's covers. She claims Jania was staring back, open-eyed and blank. There was no interaction exchanged between the two. Chevion lays back down for 30 minutes before realizing something is off as Jania, uncharacteristically, was not yet awakened up. After checking on the little girl for a third time and realizing that Jania was indeed unresponsive, she decides to call Richard at the Telechrist Plasma Donation Center because he left his phone at home. After 6 minutes of talking with Richard on the Telechrist phone line, the call ends and Chevion contacts emergency services just before 8 a.m. Now that we've got the timeline down, I'd like to remind you not to get comfortable. Chevion provided 3 interviews to police, and her story does a fair bit of changing. Her third interview is a full-on video interrogation. If you really want to help piece together what happened to Jania Russell, stick around. The family could use your help. It's also worth noting that while the couple don't have any other kids themselves, they regularly babysit for other parents. Specifically, during this time, 2 little girls aged 5 and 1 that belonged to an ex-coworker of Richard's named Liz. The last day they babysat these children was Monday, September 9th from 2 to 11 p.m. Their mother Liz had worked with Richard in Walmart before being let go. He, Chevion, and Jania were all about to move in with Liz, with the plan being to babysit her kids full-time as a means to pay rent. Of course, this would never happen because the day Richard planned to move was the day Jania died. And these aren't the only kids that Richard and Chevion looked after. And we'll get to that in a minute, as that information comes with a bombshell.
So you check on at 7:30, 7:45. How did she look then?
And I said that at that point, I figured something was wrong. She was looking the same, not moving. And then I realized her hands were really cold. So I turned on the heater thinking that maybe she's just really cold.
What, did you check her breathing?
Yeah.
Was she breathing?
I don't think so. I couldn't really tell for sure.
And you say you called Richard first?
Mm-hmm.
What did you tell him?
I just told him he needs to hurry up and get over because I don't know what's going on and she's not breathing. And he's like, well, you need to hurry up and go to the hospital. Like, okay. I just wanted to.
Okay, so then I'm guessing paramedics arrive and they grab Janiyah up and take off. So part of what we do is we examine Janiyah's body. She's got a lot of injuries. She has a lot of injuries. And early, when we first started our conversation, I asked you to make sure that you're honest with me and you tell me the truth with what happened. And that's important. I've been doing this for quite a while. And I can tell you that the extent of injuries that she has on her body is not from a scuffle.
I don't know about the extent of injuries on her body.
Well, I can tell you that I've seen her body, and I'm telling you, this didn't come from a scuffle out in front of your apartment. Her injuries are extensive.
Yeah, the only thing that I knew of that was new to me was the spot on her stomach. I don't know where that came from at all. I mean, and yet anything else I told you about, that's what I saw, and I did mention it.
So this all happened yesterday. You got to tell me how she got hurt like that.
I'm telling you how she got hurt like that.
She didn't get hurt like that.
Well, I
need you to tell me the truth.
I'm telling you.
That child's injuries did not come from a scuffle out in front of your apartment complex.
Can you tell me what the injury
I'm telling you.
I'm not trying to be funny at all.
I know you're not.
I'm really trying to figure out because the only thing I knew about was her face. And then, like I said,
she has bruises all over her abdomen, all over her arms, all over her legs, all over her face, all over her head, all over her neck. She looks like she's been in a fight with an MMA fighter. She didn't get this from a scuffle out in front of your apartment. I'm telling you 100%, no doubt in my mind. I don't doubt that she was beat, but this didn't happen out in front of the apartment complex from some kids.
Wow.
And when she was in the bath,
the most she did was like.
Describe that for me. I was kind of wondering what that was. What do you mean she was sniffing the water?
Like I said, after that or whatever, she was laying down in the tub and she was like kind of on her side. So like, I thought she was like just laying in the water and then like maybe blowing the water out her mouth, like out of her mouth area so she can breathe or whatever. But I realized that she was kind of like. It kind of seemed like she was like trying to drink the water or something. Like I don't really know how to explain what she was doing because once I seen her doing it, I was just like, okay, don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Because that's dangerous, She don't talk back. She's just gonna get up and not just
go back.
Yeah, she's just gonna stop doing it.
Did you have to get her out of the water or anything like that?
No, but the water was kind of like high to her body. Like that's why I'm saying like if she's laying flat, you see how little she is, and it was like halfway covering up her. Mm-hmm. So that's why I was like, okay, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? Like
when you got out of the water, how long was she in the bathtub?
I don't know, because like I said, she ended up staying in there a little while longer because I let her wash herself off, and then she watched to be in the tub. So, she soaked herself up and stuff like that.
Did you wash her like vaginal area and anything like that? Was she especially dirty or anything like that?
What?
Her private parts, her vaginal area.
Did you say was she especially dirty?
Yeah, was she dirty? Because you said she got in a scuffle.
She had on clothes.
But did you have to wash her any like harder than normal? I'm just like other than normal stuff.
No, not at all.
Okay. You said you had to correct her.
Yeah.
And what does that mean?
Told her to not do.
That's it?
Yeah.
Told her not to do it? Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm really still stuck on the fact of what you said. I really am.
When she came in, because you said that Richard wasn't there, and she told you that she'd gotten into a scuffle out in front of the building. Did you call him or send him a text? Hey, she got into a fight?
I would say he don't really have a phone. The phone he do have is on Wi-Fi, so typically he's not really going to take that phone because I'm the one that has Janiyah. Mm-hmm. So in case of an emergency, I need to call somebody, which we don't really have emergencies. and we don't ever really need to call nobody ever.
As far as discipline, because she is 5, and all of us here have children. We know how 5-year-olds are.
She gets whoopings.
Does she get a whooping? Okay. Explain to me how she gets a whooping.
Honest. It just depends on what she did. She was a very different type of kid. So like I said, it just depended on what her actions were. Like sometimes she'll have to end up going to, workout, that type of stuff.
What do you mean workout?
Wall sits, like, because I don't really like whoopings.
Okay.
So I make her work out or she stand in the corner.
Give me an idea of an exercise program you put her on for discipline.
Like say if she's been lying, she can do wall sits and then she can do some push-ups.
Okay, so she'll put her back up against the wall with her legs bent, and then she holds her hands up?
Yes.
And how long will you make her do that for?
I would say it's just the case. So I'd say for lying and stuff like that, or trying to be in grown folks' business, it just depends. Like she'll do sets, like you know what I'm saying? So say she'll do count to 10, stand up, and then go down, count to 10, stand up. It's like that. It's not like no extreme workout challenge. It's really simple stuff.
How many push-ups?
10. Everything is count to 10.
Okay. When she gets a whooping, do you use your hand or you use an object, a belt?
I don't really give out the whippings. I leave that to her dad. But if he's not really like there and it's just like, okay, she's being too bad and my form of punishment is not working, then it might be a belt. But yeah, that's about it.
Was she disciplined yesterday?
Jersey's expensive, and it's a problem. I'm going to cut your taxes and solve this problem.
The Christian life was never meant to be lived alone. So we're all here together to testify to that.
No, for what?
I'm asking. I know. Was she disciplined
No.
for anything?
No.
What about the day before?
No, we were released the day before. So if she was looking like that, somebody would have seen her like that.
No, I'm saying just as far as discipline. I'm not saying that she looked like that 2 days ago. I'm asking if she was disciplined 2 days ago for anything for being bad.
No.
Like,
say for example, if anything like yesterday, she don't really like to learn. So when she was pretending not to know a word that she was sounding out, she's really smart. It can take her a minute to do it, but sometimes it can take her longer because she doesn't want to learn. So for that, she had to stand in the corner. But that's the most she had to do yesterday, was stand in the corner.
so she stood in the corner yesterday?
Yeah.
Do you remember what time that was? When were you doing studies?
Around 12.
Why did she get put in the corner yesterday again?
Because basically she didn't want to. She knew what a word was, and she was pretending like she didn't know what it was.
A what word?
A word that we were working on. She was pretending like she didn't know what it was. So she ended up getting in trouble.
What was the word?
Fat.
Fat? It's an easy. Yep. Is she receptive to discipline? Does she...
She can be, but we just work with it.
Okay. Does it frustrate you?
She's fine.
It's typical 5-year-old behavior, yeah? Okay. All right. So occasionally she'll get a whooping with a hand or a belt. She also does, what do you call them? Wall sits? Wall sits and push-ups? Sit-ups, anything like that?
No, squats.
Squats? Okay. Is that against the wall or freestanding?
You know squats. You don't know.
I know what a squat is, yeah.
Yeah, it's freestanding.
Okay. All right.
Can I ask you really quick too? I know we had touched on it, but you had said she had complaints last night. What were complaints? Was she complaining of headache? Was she complaining like she wanted to throw up?
Yeah, no, she didn't ever say she wanted to throw up, but you asked like, oh, does her hair and stuff like that, right? Yeah, she did say, yeah, it's a little. And she didn't really, like I said, she's kind of tough, so she doesn't really complain too much. So if something was really bothering her like that, I don't think I would have known because, like I said, she's tough. So she would have probably just tried to sleep it off.
I was just asking because I thought you had said she did have complaints last night. Did I hear that wrong?
No, you had heard it right. Yeah, she did.
So then I just want to be clear that her complaints were that you asked her for head hurt and she said yes.
No, it hurt everything, like, just because of the fact that what happened. That's part of the reason why she ended up getting the bag, because
Did you tell Richard about the scuffle up front? What did he say?
he was concerned. He asked what I did, and then it was just like, he's the type of parent. He's a guy, so he just feels like it'll make her tougher. He was concerned, but he don't really show his emotions like I do.
Did you call the police?
No,
Did you call security?
no,
Did you go knock on any doors?
no, because she was just supposed to be playing outside.
So your little girl comes in, black eye, bloody lip.
I went to go see what was going on, but like I said, by the time I had got out there, it seemed like everything even the pool is open.
I mean, you didn't knock on no doors? You didn't say, hey, did anybody see anything? You didn't see my kid get beat up? You didn't ask nobody?
I didn't think about it. And yeah, she was spitting out blood when she came back too, like her mouth. That's what I was saying, like her mouth was like it wasn't like really like leaking, but I seen it was like red.
Did she wipe it up with anything?
I cleaned it.
With what?
Tissue.
Tissue?
Just tossed it in the trash. I mean, in the toilet.
Flushed it down the toilet?
Yeah.
Okay. And let me ask you this. Is there any domestic violence issues in the home?
No.
You ever get in a scuffle with Richard?
I mean, everybody argued, dude.
Everybody argues. I mean, you ever put his hands on him?
No.
We have to ask. Drugs or alcohol use in the house?
I mean, we smoke.
Smoke what?
Weed.
It's legal now. I mean, we don't care. Is there anything else?
No.
I mean, we're not here for that. We're not drug people. We're not, is there any meth or any cocaine we're gonna find in the house or nothing crazy like that? Okay. And we just have to ask.
None of that.
Has anybody other than you or Richard watched Janila this week?
No.
How would you describe these whippings that she would get? Ever pretty forceful? You should cry?
Who don't? You kids cry after getting yelled at. I had to sit the baby in the corner because she kept fighting her sister.
Okay, but can you describe the lump thing that's like you said it was with a belt? I mean, pretty forceful, pretty hard?
We don't do weapons with the belt all the time. That's usually we do workouts and stuff. But if she do have to get a belt, it's on her butt.
Okay.
First off.
When's the last time she got a whipping with a belt? I don't know. You don't know?
No.
You can get whipped within the last 24 hours?
No, or not. She shouldn't have. No. Like I said, she was standing in the corner. That's the most trouble she could have possibly been into.
At any point was she with her dad by herself? Without you there?
Not for knowledge, I don't think.
And when she moved, or when dad got full custody, was she with mom before that?
Foster care. She was with her mom, but she went to foster care. She got went back with
foster care here or where?
In Colorado.
And if I seem like, I know agitated is the right word, I see injuries like this on children. And because you don't have a better explanation other than she was outside and got into a scuffle, that's not good enough. That's not.
I understand that.
I'm sorry. It isn't.
Okay.
When a child has that, when her body is bruised from head to toe like that.
I promise you, I'm really trying to figure out.
You're telling me that you didn't seem like it was that big of a deal. And when Richard sees stuff like that, what makes her tougher? Both of her eyes are black. She has 2 black eyes. She has bruising all over her stomach, her arms, her legs. She looks like she fell out of an airplane. And you're telling me it was a scuffle outside. And then you didn't call the police. You didn't tell security. You didn't do anything. I'm assuming you've been with this girl for 5 years or for a year. I'm assuming you love this little girl. You take care of her.
She called you mommy, right?
She calls you mommy? Yeah. And she comes in beat up and
I'm understanding.
No big deal.
No, it's not no big deal. When she told me I'm ready to go fight, I'm not ready to call the police. I'm not ready to call security. I'm ready to go whip somebody else because you did my child.
Then why?
That's the type of person I am. I told you when I went out there, it's like everybody had disappeared. Nobody was outside playing no more. The whole situation just completely died down. What am I supposed to really go do?
You didn't knock on no neighbor's door and say, hey, did you see anybody put their hands on my kid?
Like I said, I really didn't think about it. I was just ready to whoop some ass right then and there. And when I'm in that mode, that's all I'm thinking about. And especially when it comes to her.
All right. You got a little bit of a temper.
No.
No?
When it comes to the right reasons.
Okay.
And somebody putting their hands on her is the right reason.
So if my kid.
And I didn't know she was, her arms
Yeah.
Her legs,
Yeah.
her head.
Yes.
No, like
I'm
I
not
said,
making
the
this
most
up.
I knew about was her face. But the fact that you're saying is all that, I'm really confused. I'm genuinely confused right now.
Me too.
I didn't know it was that serious.
That's why I want a better explanation.
Can you give me one?
I wasn't there. You were there.
I wasn't outside with her.
You're saying that all those injuries happened to her from a scuffle outside your apartment. That's what you're.
That's the only way I know of it's coming from. I'm being so thorough right now.
Okay. All right. That's what we're gonna go with. Any follow up?
Nope, that's it.
Operator, this is Detective Conover. That concludes the interview. The time is 11:52.
Roughly an hour and a half after Chevion's first interview, while still at Sunrise Hospital, she requests to speak to authorities for a second time. This is where her testimony starts to change drastically. For the record, there's no doubt that Chevion Miller is lying about what happened to Janiyah. This is irrefutable. The question, though, is for what purpose is she being deceptive? You'll want to watch this whole documentary before you make up your mind. It's crucial that you're aware of all of the available details first.
It is September 11th, 2019. The time is 13:26 hours. We are at Sunrise Hospital. And also, again, we'll be speaking with Chevion Miller. And Chevion, you said that you had some more information that you wanted to share with us?
Yeah, I forgot to tell you that when I called 911 initially and they told me how to do the CPR, water was coming out of her mouth and nose. So I don't know if that had anything to do with anything, but her mouth and nose had water coming out of it as I was doing the CPR.
Water?
Yes.
Okay. And you were getting instructions on the phone about how to do CPR?
As I was on the phone doing the CPR. This is why I'm really that. I completely forgot about that. It was as I'm pumping, it's water coming out of her mouth, just flowing out of her mouth and her nose on the floor, right in front of the couch.
Did anything else come up with the water?
It was like mucus. And matter of fact, I think she had some spit like hanging out her. I don't know how I'm forgetting everything that I needed to tell you.
Okay.
Yeah, she had like one out. That's what made me even acknowledge it too. She had like spit hanging out her mouth and stuff when I went to go check on her again. And then, like I said, once I called and did the CPR, it was water coming out of her mouth and nose. It was water coming out. And the only thing I could think of, she just kept saying, just checking to see if she's breathing. And that's the only thing I was worried about. I didn't even say, oh, it's water coming out while I was on the phone. I was just trying to check and see if she was breathing. I don't know if that has something to do with the fact that she was drinking the water in the tub or whatever it was that she was doing in the tub. So it's like, I really don't know.
When did she get it back?
Like last night,
What's happened?
probably right before dinner. So like 7.
Was Richard there?
I'm not sure. I don't know, because I feel like when around the time when it was time for her to go to bed and stuff, I feel like he came like right after she went to bed. I'm not really like I said, I completely forgot to tell y'all that the water was coming out of her nose and mouth, which is a very important detail. So it's just like I can't even remember if he was there or not. Like I'm kind of traumatized, if you would choose to say. Like,
Did she dress herself after a bath, or did you dress her?
I typically dress him.
And I know I asked you this before. When you got her dressed after the bath, you didn't notice any of these other bruises that we've been talking about. Because remember, I said her body's covered.
No, that's what I'm saying. I would have noticed it getting her up the tub. I really did not notice all that stuff. I'm telling you, like even with her head, like the fact that you're saying her head is, whatever you're saying is going on with her head, I'm really like surprised. The only thing that I know of that she could have possibly done, but my nieces haven't even been around, they headbutt each other a lot. But my niece haven't even been around her.
Right.
So it's just like, I'm not understanding at all where she would be getting these head injuries from.
Okay. Obviously, we're going to find out what more injuries we're going to have tomorrow after the exam.
More?
What other injury? We don't know. I don't know what's inside. I don't know what's going on. So that's up to a doctor to tell us what.
She have internal injuries?
I don't know. I have no idea. So we're gonna have the doctor examine. If there are other injuries, we're gonna know. We're gonna find out.
Of course.
Is there anything else we're forgetting to ask you? Anything else that would have happened that might have caused these things?
No, but now, like I said, I'm kind of upset that I didn't tell you guys about that water from the beginning, because that's the only thing that I could really think about at this point is that water. And it was coming out of her when I was doing CPR.
And when he leaves,
like I said, when he left, I went right back to sleep.
okay.
So
Did you see her at that time?
no, I didn't get up until a few hours later.
No, you were awake, but you didn't get up out of bed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I was up, but I didn't get up.
Did you see you say?
Yeah, because I was, matter of fact, I'm lying. I did get up. I had to lock the door.
Oh, you locked the door behind you?
Yes, I did. I forgot because I just heard it was a serial killer on the loose. How ironic is that? So I ended up, I'm like, babe, I'm just going to lock this door because it's crazy out here. But I didn't really acknowledge her. I just went back to the room. That's why I'm not remembering that, I did get up at that point in time, but I didn't check on her until I woke up later on.
Okay.
And then, I realized she was different than normal. And then I just still brushed it off because, like I said, the way she was looking, I really thought she was possibly just laying there. And then I realized, like I said, she's not getting up. Okay, let me go check on her again, make sure everything all right. And then I realized, okay, something's wrong. Like I said, that's when she had to spit on her pillow. And then that's what I'm saying. I don't know why I'm missing the stuff that matters. And then that's when I realized, okay, she's a little cold. Let me turn the heater on. Then I called her dad, like, okay, something's not right. And then I called 911, which I probably should have called 911 first and then her dad. But I just wanted him to know, okay, you're going to have to go to the hospital because once I get on the phone with the ambulance, I'm not going to be able to call you. And that's pretty much how it was.
A few days ago, Richard told us about an incident that happened a few days ago.
What happened a few days ago?
With you have a girlfriend named Deshanae,
Uh-huh.
and was she over there visiting you guys at your place with her kids?
Yeah.
Do you remember something happening that day?
That might have been the day me and her left. So I'm not, I don't know. We be kind of busy sometimes too. So it's just like my sister haven't really been over there. I mean, it probably was the other day, but I don't really remember exactly what day it was because it was right before we got the little girls. So it was the other day, but I don't remember,
Is Deshanae your sister? Or
No.
she's a friend?
She's my friend. But
What's her last name?
Johnson. What did he say happened with her?
Well, I don't want to tell you what he said. I want to see if you were. So I want to see if you were there. If you remember an incident that happened.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if I was there because I know it's always something like that's.
Did he tell you about an incident?
I'm not sure. That's what I can't guarantee because I know for a fact she ended up headbutting with my niece. I don't know for sure exactly, what it could possibly be that he's talking about.
Did he tell you that something happened?
It's always something happening.
It's something that you would go, oh, okay. When I say something happened, I mean it's something that's serious that you would go, oh, okay, that's what happened.
Or she would have gotten a whooping.
Oh, where she got a whooping?
Mm-hmm.
Was it she was kissing the girls on the mouth or something?
Nope.
Oh, then I don't know. I don't know for sure.
So were you there when that happened? Did you see that?
When she was kissing the girls on the mouth?
Mm-hmm.
Did I see that happen? I was there that day. I don't think he was there. That's what I'm saying. I don't know because it's always something going on. We always have kids at the house. This is not nothing new for us to have kids around, My nieces are always over. We are babysitting. We were supposed to babysit today. So it's not really anything new that we're always having kids around, especially little girls. So it's
Did he tell you that he had to spank her with a belt?
He don't run his stuff by me. Not really. He don't run his.
So you don't have, that's just not something that come in conversation. Hey, by the way, I had to spank her today for blah, blah, blah.
If I had to whip her, I want to run that by him.
Mm-hmm.
But if he had to whip his daughter, he doesn't have to run that by me. I just told you what she got into, with the most recent thing that she did. So it's just I don't know what that could have possibly been. And it's been a few days since my nieces have been over or my sister's been over. So I don't really recall too much.
Okay. This case is going to be solved medically. Not me. I'm not a doctor. I don't do that. But when I'm at the autopsy tomorrow, I'm going to know everything that's wrong with Janila.
No,
I know everything.
That. And that's what I'm saying. The only thing I can think of at this point that could have possibly happened was that water. And like I said, when I was pumping her,
the only two people that have had contact with that baby
is me and her.
Is you and him.
Right.
So somebody ain't telling me the story.
No.
Somebody's not telling me the truth. Babies don't get full of water all on themselves.
I told you what she was doing.
So not from that. Well, that was at 7, 8 o'clock. This is 10 hours later. She's not still full of water. It's not. It didn't happen.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think she was drinking it. I feel like she was breathing it in.
I know, but then she would have expired while she was taking a bath. She can't be full of water 10 hours later while you're giving her CPR. That's impossible.
I don't know.
I'm gonna know more tomorrow.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. I want you to be prepared for me tomorrow.
Okay. I didn't do anything to her. I'm telling you, I put her in the tub and she was laying there. She was laying in the tub. It wasn't like for when I give her baths too much for me to possibly have done something like putting her under the water or something like that.
Did she accidentally drown in the water last night? And
I'm not sure because at a certain point in time, I did walk off.
Well, what I'm saying, last night before bed, and she's in the bathtub, did she drown while she was in the bathtub? And you're scared to tell us that she drowned, and that's how this other story came up with checking on her throughout the night, and then you finally call for paramedics in the morning. You know, obviously you know that you have to call somebody and report that your child has passed away. So with the water coming up out of her,
honestly
it makes me believe that maybe she had drowned.
I would not have waited that long to say something because I would have felt like there was possibly a chance that somebody could have saved her. Now, if anything, maybe my time frames are wrong, but other than that, I'm literally telling you that's what that was. Like I said, maybe my time is off and maybe, you know, the night was a little later, but other than that, no, I'm literally telling you that's what happened. I didn't.
So when she was done with her bath, she was fine. She got dressed. You put her to bed, gave her a kiss on the cheek goodnight, and you and Richard went to bed. But she got out of the bathtub. You dressed her.
Mm-hmm.
She went and laid down on the couch, went to bed.
Yes.
Okay. She didn't drown in the bathtub. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah. Or not that I know of.
Not that you know of. Well, I mean, you would know. You were there. You know the difference between drowning in a bathtub and not drowning in a bathtub, right?
I mean, I guess so, but I don't think.
If a child drowns in the bathtub, they're dead. They're dead in the bathtub.
Well, I think I would have had more knowledge of why the water was coming out of her like that.
Did you?
And didn't I tell y'all that? Didn't I say that? That girl was already probably deceased when she put that girl in the tub. She knew that. And this detective, he is on point. He is great, Donnie.
Did you find her dead in the bathtub
I don't.
earlier?
No.
You can tell me. That would explain a lot. That makes more sense now.
She's not making no
If you're
sense.
telling me that she had water coming out of her while you were giving her CPR, that makes sense. This is the time to tell me the truth.
There was water coming out of her. I wouldn't wait hours.
Yeah,
to call
she
for
pissed.
help.
Woof.
Doesn't that make
You ain't
me
the
work?
only one pissed this. Me too.
Tell me what happened. Tell me what happened to this little girl.
I am.
You can do it. You're strong enough. You are. I believe in you. But you got to tell me the truth. You got to tell me what happened to her. She deserves that.
I told you she was laying there. She was laying in the tub, first of all. Why? Just saying, would that even be believable if I pumped the water out of her already? You can't see water in her lungs if it's already pumped out of her.
During the autopsy, if she drowned, there will be medical signs that will tell us that she drowned. We'll be able to know that tomorrow.
It was water coming out of her.
I believe you.
Can we discuss this tomorrow? Please.
You should tell us now. It's best if you tell me now what happened.
Yeah.
I want to know what happened to this little girl.
I'm not trying to go to jail for something I didn't do, that nobody did.
Well,
Tell us
somebody
what
did
happened.
something.
Tell us when you found her.
What?
When did she drown?
I don't know for sure if she drowned or not. I thought she was just laying there. I don't want to go to jail for something I didn't do.
I'm
There
glad
was
to
two people
see
in that
you,
apartment.
Auntie Chris.
Her dad was not there. He didn't do that. Nobody purposely harmed her like that.
Then tell me how it was
a
an
bigger
accident.
hole for herself.
I really can't.
That little girl deserves the truth.
I do completely understand that, and I'm giving you the truth. I really am.
No, you're
But
not.
I just don't.
You were a mother to her. She thought of you as her mama. She called you mama.
I know all that. That's not
Exactly.
going to help.
And
I
that
want to
girl
know that I'm not going to go
deserved
to jail for something that wasn't done purposefully
the
or
truth.
something that I didn't do, something that he didn't do. Neither one of us sat there and heard her like that on purpose or ever tried
She might be
to.
turning against you and you don't even know.
I just want to know. I'm not going to go to jail for something that.
Explain what happened to me. Tell me how it was an accident. You're strong enough. You can do this. You love that little girl. I know you do. Tell me the story so it makes sense.
Done. Absolutely, Auntie
Please.
Tracy.
I don't know what happened. Like I said, she got into the scuffle. And I ended up putting her in the tub. I don't know exactly what time. The water was just running. And I wasn't paying attention.
And what time was this?
I don't know what time it was.
Was it? You think it was nighttime?
It was nighttime.
Was Richard there?
No.
How long was she in the bathtub for?
She wasn't in there that long.
Did you start the water for her, or did she start her own water?
I turned the water on.
Okay.
I filled it up and then I walked off.
Did you turn the water off?
I didn't turn it off yet.
Did she turn it off?
No.
When you went back into the bathroom, was the water running?
I ended up turning it off.
Okay.
Then I walked off and I came back and like I said, she was laying in the tub. I got her out.
She was already dead.
And I tried my best.
When she was in the tub,
And you was
she
going to
face
try to
down, or
say
was
that
she
the baby
face up?
drowned.
I don't know. Because like I said, she was laying in the tub at first. And she was laying there like, on her back and stuff, just waiting on the water to fill up. I don't know what happened after that. I just grabbed her out the tub. And that's why I think that mark came from on her stomach from me trying to get her out the tub. And she was like laying over the tub. Because like I said, that mark and stuff on her stomach was not there. I don't know where that came from. I don't know even know if that sounds realistic or not. But that wasn't on her. Nobody, like even when you're saying like the bruises, nobody don't beat on her like that.
Okay. So
You can ask my sister. She was living with us for a couple months. I don't even whoop Janai.
So when you pulled her out of the tub, was she breathing?
I thought she was. I thought she was. I really did. That's why I just laid her down to go to bed. She, she was able to get dressed and stuff like I don't know. I don't know if I'm like.
She got up and she got dressed?
No, I'm saying like I got her dressed, but
You dressed her.
yeah, I always dress her. It's just I don't know. I just thought, she was gonna be okay. I thought she was gonna be fine. I didn't know that something was wrong. I would have called sooner. I would not have let her sit there like that. I feel horrible. I have to go talk to her dad, and I still haven't seen him. He left the house with her, understandably alive, as he thought, as we all thought, and that's what I'm saying. I feel like she was fine. I don't know.
Is it possible that when you pulled her out of the tub, that she had already passed away? Was she dead when you pulled her out of the water?
She all over the place.
I just wanted her to be okay.
Did you put a blanket over her?
I dried her off, and I put her clothes on her, and I laid her down because I thought she was just tired. I go to jail.
Did something
Guilt is
happen
eating her up,
before
y'all.
the bath where you might have been upset with her? Anything like that?
No.
Did you tell Richard about what happened in the bathtub?
I didn't talk to him until I thought she was fine.
How long was she in the bathtub alone?
I always leave her in the tub alone.
How long do you think?
Like 30 minutes. Not even that long. I can't calculate time. I cannot. Time is just not my friend.
So she was on her stomach, but her head was to the side.
Yeah.
Was she floating on top of the water, or was she under the
She
water?
was on the water, and then I don't know. I just
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. How could you
Show
get a
you what-
child dressed?
How she was in the water?
Allegedly. Exactly.
Did you try to do
Stupid. That's
CPR
why
when you got her out of the
She
tub?
didn't call earlier.
You did.
Right.
Okay. Did water come out when you did CPR?
He knows she lying, y'all. Don't worry. He know. Just like we know.
I meant after you pulled it. So was the bath this morning, not last night? Because you said she took a bath last night and she was floating in the water last night. So when you pulled her out of the tub last night, before you dressed her, put her on the couch, did you do CPR then? Did you try and revive her?
no. I did it.
You just got her dressed and put her on the couch?
I could have saved her. I really thought she was fine. She's kind of dramatic sometimes. So I thought she was just playing along or something. I didn't know. That's why I tell her all the time, stop being so dramatic, because when somebody really needs to know what's going on, they're not going to know.
There was no way for her to tell you what was going on, but she
Right,
had
Auntie
already
Lynn.
passed away. She couldn't tell you.
Thank you. I'm
Maybe
glad
not.
he told her that.
Maybe she didn't. Like I said, my time is off.
The baby
My
was
time
already
is off
gone.
for when the timing was. I don't know what time it was.
That baby was gone when she
All I
put
know
that
is it
baby
was
in the
just dark
tub,
outside.
y'all.
Weren't you concerned that when you had to pull her from the tub? I mean, she must have been just limp. She must have been just lifeless.
That's why when
Like I
she went in
said,
that
my
baby
time
room
is
and she
on.
said the baby
I
eyes
need
was
to
open
go
and
on.
wouldn't move, the baby
How
was
come you
already
didn't call
gone.
for help
I did.
last night after the tub? You didn't.
She got.
I know
back
you did this morning. How come you waited so long?
She got a bath this morning.
She got a bath this morning after he had already left. Okay.
So what can I do?
Okay. That makes sense. That's better.
No,
What happened during the bath?
I don't know. She, like I said, she was just laying down, chilling, and then all of a sudden I come back and it's just like everything is just wrong. So when I got her out,
Yeah, Miss Lynn, that baby was
I laid
already
her
gone
down for
and
a
she knew
second
it.
because I don't know. I just thought she was kidding. I really thought she was kidding with me.
Well, her
I really
plans
did
was,
because
y'all,
she's
to
just that
say the
type of
baby
kid.
drowned.
Like she play and she,
Okay,
you know,
that
she
was
do
her
goofy
plans
stuff like
about
that.
running the water and put
So
the
I
baby
was
in the
just, I
tub.
really thought she was
She was
kidding
gonna
with
say
me
the
for a
baby
second.
drowned.
And that's where I messed up at, thinking that it was a joke, thinking that she was just playing. I didn't want that to happen. I didn't mean for that to happen. And I don't want to go to jail.
So now that the day's a little more clear, the timeline is better because you know the bath was this morning, not last night, because he told us she didn't get a bath last night. So we already knew that. Well, what time did you put her in the tub this morning? Was it after he left?
This was a little bit after he left.
Okay.
Because I ended up getting up to like the door. She was
See how
already
she
up. So I was
cried and
like, let me
stopped?
go and get ready because we were supposed to be packing to move today. And I just wanted to get certain things out the way like that. She'll be dressed and ready for the day. And it just went sour.
When you say it went sour, what do you mean?
She's not here anymore. That's what I mean. She's not here anymore. She's not. That's my fault. So what's going to happen to me now?
I don't know.
You're
We
going
got to
to
talk about
jail
it more.
for life.
But you know what? It's a lot more helpful now that we know the truth.
Because it makes sense. It does.
We were thinking a lot worse stuff. I mean, we weren't thinking you were a monster. We're thinking you had an accident or something happened.
It was an accident.
Absolutely. Sounds like it to me.
Yes, Miss Lynn, I believe
Did
he
you
knew
put her
too,
in
and
the
that's why he
bathtub
left
this
that
morning
house the second
and run
time.
the water for her?
But she was already laying down when I was running the water. Like, you know, before you even get the water in there, she was already laying down. Like,
Laying on her stomach on her back?
no, she was laying on her back, just chilling, waiting on the tub to fill up. That's
But
what I said.
she was awake.
She was wide awake. Then just out of nowhere, she's on her stomach and her head's on her side. And I'm like, what the fuck?
So that's when you took her out of the tub.
Yeah.
And was she breathing?
I didn't know. I thought she was still playing. I thought she was still
Playing?
playing and she was tricking me. I really did.
Okay.
I thought she was tricking me this whole time. I thought she was breathing. I did. I really did.
So did you take her out of the tub? Did you drain the water?
Yes.
And then once you took her out of the tub, what did you do?
I got her. I thought she was just playing. I got her dressed and I laid her back down because I thought she was just tired. That might sound crazy, but I haven't ever lived through nothing like that before. And with the type of kid we have, I'm just thinking it's all fun and games. So I'm like, okay, Janai, it's not funny no more. You need to go and get up. And she's still not saying nothing to me. So I'm like blowing in her mouth, trying to see if she needs oxygen or something. Like I was just playing at that point. I wasn't even taking it seriously. So I'm just like, okay, if you don't need me doing this, then let me know. And she's still not saying nothing. So I'm just like, what the heck is going on? And that's when I was like, okay, no. I had to call her dad, like, Janai's not breathing. And then that's when he was like, okay, hurry up and call the hospital.
So when you had taken her out of the tub and you thought she was playing, because she was unresponsive.
Yeah.
She was limp, I'm guessing. And then did you start to give her breaths, you're saying? Yes? Okay, because you're nodding yes. And then you thought she was playing.
Yes, I still thought she was playing.
How much time went by until you called Richard from the time you said, because you
I
said
didn't-
you were breathing her
honestly,
mouth.
after I thought she was playing because I couldn't breathe. When I was trying to blow the air in her mouth, I couldn't really blow it in. It was almost like she was cold in her mouth. So it was almost like I couldn't even blow the air in her mouth. So I'm just like, okay, you playing. I'm going to just leave you alone.
Yeah,
I covered
she
her
is.
back up.
She's
But when I
lying
came
real
back, she
bad.
had that look on her face. And I'm just like, something's wrong. You're not changing. You're not blinking. You're not responding to me at all. Like at some point in time, Mommy, I'm just kidding. Something would change. And it's just like at no point in time I went in the room and everything. Nothing changed. And at that point, I'm just
You
like,
know what?
okay,
I
no,
was thinking
something's
that
wrong.
too. If she's covering for
I
the
believe it's
baby
wrong.
father,
How much time you think
I
went
was
by?
thinking that too.
And
I
that was
don't
when you
know.
called Richard? And then he
And
told you
maybe
to call
that's
for
why that
help?
they not
I didn't
saying,
even see on the
telling
phone
her
with you for
what
a
he's
minute.
really saying.
Okay. And then you called us?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you do CPR again with the upper air?
Yes.
Okay.
You should have just said that from the beginning.
Is there anything else we need to know about? Did she slip? Did she hit her head?
That's what I was thinking. Like, I've been trying to figure that out this whole time.
Oh
Because
my
she had
God.
possibly slipped
Oh
and
my
hit her head
God.
in the tub. Like, how could I miss that?
You said she was laying down when you put her in.
Exactly. So that idea went out the window. What happened?
Operator, this is Detective Conover. Same person as present. We're going to stop for now. Time is 14:07.
As you can see, within the short space of time between Chevion's first and second interviews, the timeline she initially gave police has been completely disrupted. And I think the important question there is why. We could spend a lot of time playing spot the difference and create a whole new timeline based on her second interview. But I think the main point of contrast is the fact that Chevion now is claiming Janiah's bath happened on the early morning of September 11th, not the night before, sometime just before 911 was called. And this certainly changes the dynamic. She further claims that Janiah wasn't responsive and acting normal after the bath, stating that she thought Janiah was just playing around or being dramatic. Janiah's body was in fact loose or limp when she was carried out of the tub. She was also laid over the tub, something Chevion didn't mention in her first interview. In fact, Chevion's first interview paints the picture that Janiah was responsive, active, and totally coherent, at least in the bath and shortly after getting out of it. But the child's condition must have been bad enough to cause some concern because Chevion proceeded to blow breaths into Janiah's mouth before she called 911. Yet after this and dressing her, Chevion left Janiah on the couch and went back to bed. When she finally checks on the child again, 911 is called. This is where Chevion adds that water was coming out of Janiah's mouth as she performed CPR on the girl while under the instruction of the emergency dispatcher. Now tell me, at what point in this new timeline would you have called for help? And if someone going through this experience didn't call for help, what might be their reasons? There's so much conflicting information in Chevion's first two interviews. There's so much obvious deception. But that big question still lies in that one single word. Why? Why lie? Well, there's still so much more to talk about. A short while after Chevion's second interview concludes, police decide to take Chevion back to the apartment and have her do a video reenactment of what happened earlier that morning prior to the 911 call. They, much like you and I, are having trouble following her summary of events.
This is Detective Conover, P number 8388.
This
This
was
will be
what I thought
one
it was,
video
so it's
reenactment.
okay.
Today's date, or the event number, I'm sorry, is 1909 000-50332. Today's date is September 11th, 2019.
Auntie
The time
Lynn.
is 17:26 hours.
You are so right.
Also present is Detective Hernandez, P number 7567.
You are so
And
right.
also we have Chevion Miller, and that's SHEV.
I think they both knew too.
HUAN. Miller is common
I think
spelling.
they both knew.
And Chevion's date of birth is 7/4/96. The location where we are is 4855
Yeah, she going to
Boulder
jail.
Highway, Building N like Nora, apartment 1161, Las Vegas, Nevada 89121. We are here related to a child death. And Chevion, if you could, now you know this is all voluntary. You don't have to participate. Do you agree to go ahead and move forward with us to help us understand what happened today? Yes? Can you verbally say, okay, there we go. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to hand you the doll. What I like to do is I'd like you to take the doll into the bathroom and show me when you gave Janiah the bath this morning. Can you show me how she was in the tub when you started the tub water?
Y'all look closely.
So she was laying on her back
Yes.
with her head towards the top of the tub, I'll call it.
Yeah.
Okay. And then did you turn the water on for her?
Yeah, I already had this in the tub.
Okay, so you put the plug in.
Inside. You leave out here. Not too
Okay.
hot, not too cold. The water was running. I left in the room, started smoking a cigarette, came back, and she was like this.
Okay, so she was face down in the tub at this time with her head turned to her right side.
Yes.
Okay. How full was the bathtub?
Well, you see this?
That ring right there? Yeah. So it was a full tub.
Yeah.
Was the water still running?
I think I might have turned it off already. I don't recall that part.
Okay. Do you remember if you turned it off when you came in and saw her like that, or you turned it off
Exactly,
prior to
open
it being like
book.
I don't remember that part exactly. I don't
Okay.
remember if I already had it off. And
She did it open book. I'm telling y'all the truth.
Okay.
And then when you saw her like that, what did you do?
I'm telling y'all the truth. This baby was already deceased, allegedly, when she put that baby in the tub. She knew it. She was going to try to say that the baby drowned it. She thought that would get her over and, nothing would happen. She wouldn't go to jail or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? She didn't think that all this would be consequences behind what she did. She knew that baby was already gone when she put that baby in that tub. She knew that.
I immediately grabbed her up.
Okay.
I was like, I cannot send her right here.
She was 5 years old.
You sent her up. Did you have to hold her?
No. That's why I thought she was just playing. So when I got her out and she was just, kind of looser than normal, I'm just like, still I'm really thinking nothing of it because, like I said, I didn't have the boy up here. So I'm thinking, she's just kidding or something. Maybe.
And would you describe her as being limp?
Like I said, she was looser than normal, yes. But like I said, since I didn't have to hold her up here.
The results are in. Every single time I got an update, I would screenshot it and send it to him.
It was like you knew that was the perfect gift.
I did not know this video was this long, but it's okay.
I almost went for a facelift until I found this and tried this lift and tight serum.
Let me show you. I didn't really think too much of it right then and there. And like I said, I really didn't think much of it at all until I came back to check on her and she was just not responding.
Did you say anything to her when she was in the tub or when you got her out? Did you talk to her?
I think that's what I was telling you. I was like, Janai, quit playing. And then
did she respond?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No,
I'm not gonna say yeah, and I'm not gonna say no.
No, say no.
It's like, I couldn't feel like I'm just doing that at her too. Like I don't.
Were her eyes open or closed?
Her eyes were open.
No, when we talked to you at the hospital, you said that you gave her some breaths. You actually breathed into her mouth.
Yeah, and I thought she was just playing. That's when I had actually got her dressed and stuff. He put her on the couch, and I thought she was just playing. So I had her on the couch, and I'm like,
"Where was that at? Can you show us how that went happened?"
So she's already dressed and stuff like that, and she's here on the couch.
Wait, you got away? She was laying that way?
Yeah.
Oh. Not this way?
No. She don't lay
Hold on, you got her out and got her dressed.
Yeah.
Can you go through the process? Okay, so you got her out of the tub.
Mm. Got her out the tub.
Mhm.
I normally carry her out. Came later right here. Put her clothes on her.
Okay.
So at this point, like I said, I'm still thinking she's just joking
Why
around
do
and
you let
stuff.
a
I'm like,
5-year-old
you need to
down
stop
on the
playing.
floor and get her dressed?
So
She's
I put her
5
up
years
here.
old.
Then I walk off because, like I said, I'm thinking like, maybe I think too much of it. Come back. And I'm like, and I come back and check on her. I don't recall exactly at the point of when, I kind of still jokingly was, over her like, oh, you want me to blow some butts on you? And I'm like doing that. And I felt like she was blocking me from doing it because maybe it was like the position that she was in or something.
Why would you
But
let
I
a
felt like she was blocking me. So I'm
down
like,
on the
oh, you don't
floor
need no
to get
breath.
dressed?
Like you're playing.
That don't
You
make
know what I'm
sense.
saying? So I'm thinking she's still playing.
A 5-year-old
But
can
when I
stand
realized
up
she
and
still had that
practice
same
dress
look on her
herself.
face.
You might have
I'm
to
just like,
help
okay,
them a little
something's
bit.
wrong.
How many breaths do you think you gave her?
At that point in time, like I said, I wasn't really being too serious. So it was probably like 2 or 3. Nothing severe as it should have been.
Did she react? Did she say anything to you?
No.
That's true.
She just, it kind of seemed like she was just spitting out something. Like she was just. Like,
What did you dress her in?
The clothes that she had on, the leggings with the, I don't remember exactly what was on the show, but I remember it was a t-shirt.
A t-shirt, pajama bottoms?
It weren't pajama bottoms, but they were legging pants.
Okay.
Yeah.
And underpants?
Yeah, sorry. I keep forgetting because that's automatic.
Okay.
But yeah, at that point when I had her up here, and I realized she wasn't responding, then I called the ambulance. And they told me to move her to the floor and her. And then that's where they told me to properly position her, and then perform CPR as I gave her the breaths, and then they counted with me through the process.
Did any fluid come out of her mouth when you were giving her CPR?
Yes, that's what I was telling you before, but that was 2 different instances. Actually, that's and don't want to miss any detail because, like I said, I was out here kind of playing about the bus, and then, like I said, actually before, when I'm like on the phone with you guys, like when I'm trying to call her dad, like okay, something's wrong. That point, that's when I tried CPR myself, and that's when the fluids was coming out her mouth.
So you did
Hey,
chest
Joanne,
compressions?
baby.
Yes,
How are you,
that was
sweetie?
before I was instructed to do it.
So not just the breasts.
And yes,
you
she
gave
knew
her,
that baby was
Yes.
you
a
also
beast.
did chest.
She
Yes, I
absolutely
did. But like I said, once I realized, it was serious, I actually, cuffed her nose, blew in her mouth. I mean, I probably wasn't doing it right, but liquid was coming out. So at that point, I'm really concerned. And when I walked off and came back, she was like spitting out or something. I'm not really sure what was going on, if it was her or if it was just the reaction, but it was something was like mucus was coming out.
She was on the couch.
And she was on the couch, yeah. And when I walked off and I came back, her head was actually like this, like to the side. But she was like straight up and down at first. And then when I walked off and came back, she was like to the side, so it was like falling out the side. And I'm like, okay, no. And that's when I called CPR. They told me to get her on the floor and to do it that way.
That baby probably
How was
taking
her body
last
to
breath.
the touch?
Her body was warm. Her hands were cold.
And was the
Her
tub
hands are
warm?
normally cold.
Tub water warm?
Yes, the tub water was warm. Her hands and feet are normally cold when she get out of stuff. So at first, that's what I'm saying. A lot of signs of it really made me feel like it was just her playing alone, just her normally, because if she get off the tub, she's wet. Her hands and feet are cold. She don't have socks on. Her hands and feet get cold. So
Yeah,
like I
that's
said,
true
her body
too,
was
Open
warm
Book.
to the touch.
That's
But
true
her
too.
hands were
Absolutely.
cold.
I didn't think about
And
that.
Was she breathing when she got out of the tub?
that I didn't really check for because I was not really sure at the moment that anything was wrong.
How was her head? Did her head bobble like she was asleep? Or
When I picked her up out the tub, that's what I'm saying. I really am paying attention. Like I said, normally I get her out, come in here, get dressed, whatever kids may be. And then I place her on the floor. So I didn't really,
you had to dress her, right? She didn't dress herself.
no, she didn't dress herself. I normally help her to dress her, but that time it was me dressing her.
Because she couldn't dress herself at that time, could
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Okay. Because
No,
she's
you
unconscious.
know so.
I'm assuming so.
Mean that you think because she was
And
not
then,
here no more.
What else were you asking?
So we have the positioning. We know it closed. We know that you called 911.
You said you walked off. What do you mean you walked off? You said you did some breaths and you walked off. Did you walk to the bathroom? Or did you walk to the
No, I walked in the room.
Okay.
You talking about when I was like, I thought she was just
Yeah.
coming. No, I had walked in the room real quick because I had
Okay,
a cigarette.
just over there.
Yeah, just right here. And I would, I puffed it and I came right
You
back.
didn't step outside or
No,
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure, she was still okay because she just looked offish. Like she seemed like she was playing because she looked like she was just staring at me. But in a sense, she just seemed off.
Okay. Now we know that you called for help a little after 8 o'clock in the morning.
No, it was 7.
Okay.
Who'd you call first?
I called her bed and then I called you right after. But it was at 7:45.
Because they record all the calls, and I have a log of the call.
If you have the phone, you can go through the call list and they'll show the 911 time.
Okay. And then we showed up at the hospital.
Because once I realized, okay, I was upset that I even waited that long. And as you can see, that probably simply caused the situation to progress the way it did. Because she could have probably been saved if I would have noticed that from the beginning something was wrong. But I'm really thinking she was just playing.
Okay. So come in here, and I want to show you something. So I remember I told you that a lot of our investigation is scientific.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the things that we do.
Yeah.
Now, when we saw Janiyah a couple hours later, after y'all had gone to the hospital,
Yeah.
we noticed a lot of bruising on her face, on her abdomen, on her arms, on her legs. She was bruised and cut up, but not a lot of cuts, but a lot of bruises. Did you notice any
Yes,
of that? Now
Miss
you,
Ted,
because you had put her in the
absolutely.
bathtub,
Yeah.
and you had taken her out of the bathtub, and you had dressed her. The bruises were very obvious to us. Did you notice that extensive bruising
No.
when she was in the tub?
As you can see, the right in the ear is nowhere near as bright as it is anywhere else. But nonetheless, in light, you can see. I told you like the face and stuff. Yes, I get to see that. But and then like I said, the one on I don't even know where that came from. I literally just saw that. But the arms and stuff like that, and I don't know about anything else other than the face and then that mark right there.
She wasn't bleeding when she came in here. She didn't have any cuts.
So you remember I did tell you that she her mouth was red, like she was bleeding, and then she was like spitting out blood from the other day when because I give her a bath all the time.
Was that?
I want to know how old were these kids that she would fight with?
Or was that this morning?
No, that was the part.
From yes. Okay. So one of the things we do is, like I said, it's scientific, and we test for blood.
Yeah, I know.
And what I can tell you, come on over here. You see the blue here by the
Yeah.
tub edge, and you see the blue inside the tub. That's blood residue. That's blood.
Oh wow.
Oh, that's
So what that tells us is that she was in the bathtub, and then on the bed here, and on the tub here, where you said that you leaned her over,
She was
there's
bleeding.
blood on the floor, no, and there's blood in. Well, it's science.
It will be blood right here too if it dripped her. That's what I would say first off. It did not, none of that. And you can come and retest all this if you need to. But it will be dripping off the tub if she would have been hanging over the lid. That did not happen that way.
Well, if she was over far enough, it would
It
have
was-
either got
it
on
was-
the towel
it was.
that was lying on the floor.
It was. It
Oh,
was.
there was
mixing.
blood on the towel?
It was mixing with water, and I cleaned up the mess from, and it was just sitting there
So how does the blood get in the tub?
because the tub probably wasn't properly cleaned out.
From
The last time she had the bathroom when the incident first happened, from when she came in and all.
So you're saying that this blood that is in the tub here was from a day before?
Yes, because I read this water.
So she trying to say the blood now is from when the baby got beat up outside by these little kids. I want to know how old was these little goddamn kids? Because this girl knows she is telling so many lies. I don't even know why they continue to interview her. They need to just go ahead and take this little monkey. Oh Lord, God forgive me. Just take her to jail, Lord, because she really pissing me off.
More than one time. So it's like the fact that that's still in there, that's really surprising. That means I don't do a good job there. I didn't clean it out, to be honest. But you can see it's a ring around the tub.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's pretty dirty.
Well, we
I'm
know.
not
So you're saying
We
that
know
that
you don't
blood
clean
is
up. We can see
from
that. By the
altercation
house look
from the day
nasty.
before.
Yes, because I'm telling you, if she was over here dripping blood, first of all, she wouldn't have been sitting here like that, and this would be completely blood.
Because that looks like a lot of blood to me.
It do, but it wasn't. It was mixed with water. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're
So
saying.
why
Yeah,
you didn't
that
tell them about the
wasn't-
blood in the beginning?
That looks like a lot of blood to me as well, and that's a lot of bleeding. All of that, that's a lot.
And have you cut yourself in the tub? Any bleeding from you in the tub?
I bled. I cut my hands.
Okay.
Yeah, I bled plenty of times. Like,
So when you bathed Janila yesterday after the altercation, Janila, I'm sorry, she had blood in her mouth.
Mm.
Okay, and she washed out in the tub or in the sink.
No, she washed out of the tub. I had immediately put her in.
Okay, because we have
Not
blood. Because we have blood on the sink as well.
Well, I told you I cleaned her off with some tissue as well.
So
I don't know exactly.
Is this the tissue here that you cleaned her with?
Probably not, because it would be red new. Oops. But yeah, I don't know where this. I don't.
Yes,
Did you guys already do that?
she's just
Give
stop
me your-
talking, just get locked up.
So,
Just tell them lock you up.
and this
man.
is for the ID guys are gonna process it. So and we took your swab, right? They took your swab already. So we're gonna know your DNA, your blood, their blood, your boyfriend's blood. Is that pretty much gonna be her blood, or is that some of your blood, or
It could be a mixture of any.
okay?
But that towel has been sitting there, so it's like that could have been old already. You know what I'm saying?
Like old blood?
That's what I said. That tub wasn't cleaned out right.
Okay.
Because the fact that it looks like that, it didn't look like that when I put her in it.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So it's like I would have seen the bloody tub with her in it. It didn't look like that, and I think it would have been probably, I don't know.
Okay.
That's really.
No,
I
your
mean, you
house
guys
is
are
filthy.
doing what you have to do.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we're gonna analyze all that stuff, and
Yeah, of course.
that's science stuff. Again, we got the doctor tomorrow, so we'll come talk to you guys afterwards.
Please.
All right, this concludes the interview. Same person present. The time is 17:41.
Chevion Miller is allowed to leave that day, and she returns to the apartment with Richard. No arrests were made on the day Janiyah died, but the following day, September 12th, she'll do one final interview on video in formal interrogation style. We'll come back to that in a moment. But Janiyah's father, Richard Davis, was also interviewed about Janiyah's death. There's no available audio or video from his interview, but I have the transcripts, which Las Vegas Metro Police charged me $600 for, and some of the information
Damn.
divulged in them is hair-raising, especially when combined with some of the other information I've gathered. If you recall, some of the observed damage to Janiyah's body was found on her bottom, specifically in the form of bruises, and these contusions were fresh. Because Chevion mentioned that Richard hits Janiyah with a belt sometimes as a form of discipline, when the detective spoke to him, they decided to go further into detail with Richard about his parenting methods, and this is where some seriously alarming information was leaked. When questioned, Richard claims the last time he used a belt on his daughter was roughly Sunday, the 8th of September. He stated that the reason was because Janiyah had a tendency to remove the diaper or clothing off the two little kids that he and Chevion babysit and do something he described as really strange or really bad. The transcripts are censored, so the exact details are unknown. But these two little girls were not the same two little girls that he was watching for his ex-coworker, Liz. In fact, these children were the ones that Chevion described in her interviews as her nieces. Richard referred to them in the same manner before clarifying that they weren't actually related to him or Chevion, but rather belonged to a long-term friend of Chevion's who lived with them for a little while up until that week. This is the woman Chevion referred to as her sister, and her name is Dejanay Williams, or Dejanay Johnson as she's later named in court documents. According to Richard, it was Dejanay that caught Janiyah doing the really bad aforementioned stuff to her children, and she informed him about it. He claims he had to discipline Janiyah for that because it wasn't stuff she should be doing. One detective asks him, "So she took off a baby's diaper and was blank?" Again, I can only speculate about the censored information based on further context. Regardless, Richard answered yes, and then was asked, "Does she blank her own blank?" To which Richard claims he doesn't know and states that he's very hands-off when it comes to girls. He doesn't even like it if he has to go to the bathroom with Janiyah and prefers that Chevion handle all that. It's weird, and it makes him uncomfortable. At one point, Richard is asked, "Are you implying that at 5 she blank?" Again, censored information, so we'll have to guess what's being said based on further
I get what they're
context.
saying.
Richard answers saying that couldn't be possible at Janiyah's age. He's also asked if Janiyah ever mentioned being sexually assaulted to him. He said no, but she always seemed like she wanted to tell him something. Janiyah also had trouble sleeping at night and would frequently wake up in what Richard described as a real deep sweat, not like a normal sweat. He did mention, however, that he knew she went through some stuff with her biological mother when she was younger, but that stuff was never elaborated on. As far as I know, and from what I can gather, there aren't any allegations of sexual misconduct at the hands of Janiyah's birth mom. Regardless, Janiyah was beaten by Richard with a belt for what she did to Dejanay's youngest child. By his own admission, she was struck 20 times on her bare bottom. When asked if he was upset, Richard said extremely, because what Janiyah had done, in his words, was very, very bad. He even recalled seeing visible damage begin to form on her bottom while in the process of beating her. So much so that it caused him to stop and realize it was a little too much before making her go and stand in the corner for 30 minutes. He was also asked if he may have missed her buttocks with the belt and hit her legs, and he said possibly. Now, cops described bruising to one of her legs as so severe that it went down to the bone. It literally affected all of her leg tissue. If the bruising on her leg was caused by this spanking before she was made stand in a corner for 30 minutes, I can only imagine how much pain and fear this little girl was going through. And Richard claims he didn't use a belt on her often, but the belt that he used had no clasp or buckle. This was clearly a belt that was kept for one purpose, and that purpose was attacking someone. It was used to harm someone who seemed to be already dealing with the most horrible trauma imaginable. Trauma a 5-year-old girl should never have to face. If you ask me, this child needed help long before she was murdered. And in my opinion, she was crying out for that help. Cries that it seems to me were met with a belt. So regardless of who you think killed Janiyah by the end of this, I want you to remember what her father definitely did. Remember what he did and...
Okay, y'all. If you listen to this man right here, I think this man is clearly saying what somebody else just said in this chat, and I don't know if they're still in here. They think it was the father, and she's covering up for the father. Now, listen to what he said and what the person said in the chat, y'all. We may be surprised. It may have been the father, and she's covering up for the father. Let's continue, guys.
Instead of actually going and getting her help. He should have got her professional help, but instead, he tried to beat it out of her. That's a fact. How else can you describe the details that you just heard? But it might be important at this point to clarify just how Janiyah ended up in the custody of Richard Davis. About a year prior to Janiyah's death, Janiyah's mother called social services on herself in Arapahoe County, Colorado, and basically admitted to being unfit to or unwilling to raise Janiyah. The child ended up in foster care at this time for a short while before Richard was contacted and informed. My understanding is that Richard flew out to Arapahoe County and visited Janiyah there while in the custody of the system. But this is where things get dark. According to sources close to the family, Janiyah claimed that her father had been touching her inappropriately during this visit.
Okay. Do y'all remember in the beginning of this video when the little girl told the grandmother that? If anyone of y'all was in this live, y'all remember in the beginning of this video, that little girl told her grandmother And she said, I told my mommy, and my mommy said, tell your daddy, don't touch you. But he continued to do it. That's what she said in the beginning of this video, if anyone of y'all can remember. And I already know ain't no kids beat the little girl up outside. I don't know if y'all know, but I know that. I think everything that the girlfriend was saying that happened outside, I think the father did it.
She told this to multiple people in Colorado, but nothing was done about the allegations. Social services were apparently set to step in again, but instead, Richard offered to take Janiyah back to Las Vegas and assume full custody of her. Janiyah's mother agreed to the decision, and that's how the child ended up with her father. And if you think about it, this actually lines up with what Janiyah said while sitting on her grandmother's lap in the clip I showed earlier. At the time, Tirza was under the impression that Janiyah was saying, if my daddy's mean to me or if he touches me. But based on what we know now about the allegations in Colorado, I believe she was trying to say something else. Let's watch that clip again with this new context.
You gonna have fun with your daddy?
Yeah.
That's good. You can call Grammy anytime, okay?
Okay.
I'm gonna give your daddy my phone number. Because I love you.
I'm gonna talk to my mommy, and then I'm talking to my mommy when he's being mean to me.
Okay. That ought to be interesting.
That's why mommy tell me don't my dad touch me. And then he's still touching me.
Well, hopefully
at the house.
We won't be doing all of that, okay? And you just have a great time with your daddy, okay?
See, the grandmother might not understand what this child is trying to say. She's trying to tell the grandmother the father is touching her inappropriate. But the grandmother, in her mind, she could be thinking, when she say touching me, she could be thinking hitting me. Now, I don't know how the grandmother is thinking. I'm just saying.
Okay.
You tell me in the comments what you think Janiyah meant in that clip. We should also remember that a sperm sample was found on Janiyah's body, a sperm fraction was found inside her body, and there were micro tears to her private area. At this point in the investigation, those samples are still being tested. We'll be coming back to all this. This is far from over, and there's more that will tie in later.
Yeah, she knows
the day after Janiyah's death, Chevion is picked up by police, taken to the station, arrested for the murder of Janiyah, and formally interrogated on video. The first thing to note before this plays is that when Chevion is picked up, she has visible signs of injury on her body that were not there the day before. Not only were there marks on her wrists indicating potential self-harm, but she had what looked like 2 ligature marks around her neck as if something had been wrapped around it twice. Now remember, Chevion went home to Richard that previous night, yet it doesn't appear as though a call to emergency services on Chevion's behalf ever occurred. So put yourself in Richard Davis's shoes. Your 5-year-old daughter's suspicious death occurred mere hours ago. The only person with her at the time of her death was your girlfriend, and her story has changed over and over. Then later that night, while at home with you, your girlfriend attempts to harm herself. What is the first thing you would do? Would you call someone immediately, or would you do nothing other than simply wait for the authorities to pick up your girlfriend the following day? I can hazard a guess as to what most completely innocent people would do. Regardless, this is Chevion's final statement.
Yeah, I can believe that open book. He probably was. Getting to him.
Now, you remember yesterday I told you this was going to be kind of a scientific investigation. You know, we're detectives, and we've done this for a long time, and we know things when we see things. We're smart guys. We are. And I told you that the doctor is going to tell us what happened to this little girl. He's going to tell us what happened to this
that little girl said in the beginning of the
And
video.
Detective
too.
Fernandez was at the autopsy today. And I'm going to tell you right now, the injuries to that little girl are so severe. You got to explain it to me.
Can you explain to me what her injuries were, please? Because I really don't know.
I can't explain the injuries.
Please.
She has bruising both eyes, to the sides of both face. Her mouth is cut open. She has bruising on the tops of her arms, on the back of her arms, both arms. She has bruising on the tops of her legs, on the bottom of her legs. She has bruising to her abdomen. She has bruises that are so deep that it goes to the bone.
What?
When you and I walk into a door and we get a little bruise up here, we get a little bit of a burst blood vessel up here, and that's what causes a bruise. Her bruising is so deep that the blood goes all the way to her bone.
Wow.
That baby was beat to death. No doubt about it. 100%. It's not a question.
She was
We know that's what happened.
She was alive, but she let it tell you.
Yeah, I believe you. I want her to tell me she was alive. But she didn't get to that.
Now, who y'all think beat the baby? Put a 1 in the chat if you feel like the daddy beat the baby. She's taking up for the daddy. Put a 2 in the chat if you feel like she beat the baby. Who do y'all think beat the baby?
Bathtub on her own, and she didn't make it out of that bathtub. Oh, she walked to the tub?
Yes.
Okay.
She walked to the tub.
What happened on the way to the tub?
Nothing. She was in
Dude,
the tub the whole time.
Minutes. The injury she sustained to her abdomen, minutes.
Minutes? What do you
Minutes.
mean minutes?
Okay, so
She had minutes to live.
What do you mean?
Heartbreaking.
I don't know how else to explain it.
Auntie Lynn said a
She had an
I
injury
believe.
that would have killed her within minutes.
I'm confused right now.
There's nothing to confuse. She had an injury that was sustained that would have killed her within minutes.
No.
She didn't live longer than
She was
a
in
few
the
minutes.
tub. No.
I'm telling you right now, this is what's showing
She
you.
was up in the tub.
That-
And I said,
No, she
okay,
wasn't.
She got in
No,
the
she
tub.
wasn't.
She was laying down.
No,
So
she
when
wasn't.
she
What happened?
was laying down, I was just like,
Then what happened in the tub?
What can possibly? I don't know.
Yeah, I see the
I walked
one.
off and came back and seen her like that. And like I said, the only thing that I knew of that I did was lay her over the tub. That's the most that had happened.
So
What?
Miss
Vivian, look at
G,
Look at me for a second.
Tracy,
Hey.
Auntie Lewis,
She-
Is this a
think
joke?
the father beat her and she's covering up. Auntie
Are you
Liz
serious
think
right now?
both of them beat her.
That is not a joke. That is worse than a gunshot wound.
What is
That is
that?
not, can you tell? It's a liver.
Oh my God.
That is not a joke.
Oh my God.
Minutes. Shitty. I'm not lying to you. We are not lying.
You got to tell me what happened.
I'm not making this up.
I know you're not making it up, but you're not telling us what happened.
You're not telling
I'm
us.
literally telling you what I know.
You were the only one in the apartment with her.
I'll be back.
And May, ooh, he done got emotional, y'all.
I'm really
And
confused
do
right
y'all
now.
think do y'all think that the father beat her and that's why he left the house and that's why he looked agitated in that video when he was at that restaurant with that guy and now she's going to be taking the blame for it because she was the only one there and she know the father did really beat that baby. I mean, this is a crucial story here, y'all. I ain't know it was going to take this long. Oh Lord. But it's okay. I love y'all. So it is what it is.
I don't even understand that. Like I said, even when I see the bruise on her, I don't even know where that came from.
Yeah, me too.
Well, I would have told you. Oh yeah, that's where. No, I don't know where that came from.
I can't even see that
What?
comment. Hold on.
Where did it come from?
It came from you.
No, it didn't.
It did.
It did not. I'm telling you, it didn't.
Well, tell the truth. Where did it come from?
No, it's not. I'm not gonna. No, this is not okay.
Well, tell the truth.
And we know.
No, I didn't.
And we know it.
What did I
But
do?
you have to explain to me why.
What did I do? If you know that I did that,
What did she do that was so bad?
what did I do? If you know I did that to her, how did I possibly do that?
You beat
Yeah.
No,
You did.
no, I didn't. No, I didn't.
You did.
No, I did not.
Those injuries that we saw, that type
I
of
don't
injury
know.
comes from car
They did
crashes,
interview the
from
father, but they made
airplane crashes.
they interviewed the father, but they made his stuff private. I don't know why. So the guy that did this video, you say he just said he had to pay to get what he had to get, and he read it, but they made his stuff private. Why? I have no idea. I don't know why.
And for people to fall from extreme heights off of the top of buildings.
Yeah, she was.
No,
this isn't an accident.
That's true.
No, she wasn't alive when she got in the
think
house.
he did it. Me too, open book. But like
This was not intentional.
Lula said, she was there.
She was very well and alive.
Shivion.
I don't know what could have possibly happened. I did not beat her to death. I did not.
Yeah, anyway, just tell the truth.
I really didn't.
Well, there's only 2 people in that apartment.
I didn't. I don't know how that possibly happened.
And Richard's one.
You ain't gonna never see him no more. He ain't gonna never see you.
And by the look of your neck,
do it for the
and by
baby.
the look of your wrists, that's somebody who feels guilty.
That I did not do it.
Why else would you try and hurt yourself?
I didn't do enough. I thought she was playing.
I think you did enough.
I didn't help her when she should have been helped.
That's right, because that's your job to protect her.
Exactly.
And I don't know if you lost your cool, if she did something
What?
to upset you,
Oh my gosh.
but this is the time to explain it. Because
Yes, I cannot explain it.
Because the medical evidence is what it is.
Can I see the rest of the medical evidence, please?
I mean, go back
We'll
to
do it
what the man just said.
No, it's not video time for that. No, I need to know
things that he didn't like.
What else, you guys? Because this is really mind blowing to me right now.
Her internal injuries were so beat up that she fled to death.
No,
Yes,
she had no plenty of time to have blood coming out of her.
inside her belly. Inside her belly.
No,
They took so much blood out of her belly. I have never seen that much blood.
this has to be a joke.
It's not. I trust you. Listen, this is far
So I
from a
think
joke.
they're trying to say she was bleeding
But
internally.
once you tell
Are
us
you
the truth, you'll
serious?
feel better. I promise you'll feel better.
I cannot feel better about something I didn't do.
You did.
Well, then
No,
tell
I
me you did it, girl.
Stop.
I'm telling you, I did not.
The time for this.
No.
This is over.
No,
It is.
no.
You told me that Richard was gone. You told me he was gone, that he checked out. He was at the clinic. We know that the injury to her liver was so severe that she died within minutes of the injury. He wasn't in the apartment.
She was alive. She was alive. There was no reason she could have possibly died from an injury like that when she was alive the whole time in the tub until I walked off. I walked off.
Sure did.
from
I
her.
would really
That was
admit
it.
it. He sure did.
Yes.
The time for sticking to this story is over. You can't fight evidence. We have medical evidence that shows how she died. This isn't a game. This isn't a joke. I'm not trying to.
She had water coming out of her.
I agree. She did have water coming out of her. That's not what killed her. What? She bled to death.
No, she didn't. I'm telling you, no. Janiyah was alive in the tub.
No, she wasn't.
Tell me what happened.
No.
Please.
I didn't do anything.
Please explain to me why this beautiful little girl that just turned 5, she should be running around with pigtails in her hair. She should be swimming and playing with her friends.
Right.
But
We
unfortunately,
were just doing all that stuff.
she can't do that anymore.
We were just doing all of that stuff with her. That doesn't add up.
She should be doing
I really don't know where that. No, I don't know where that came from. I do not know.
This is the time to tell me.
I'm telling you, I don't know.
You have to tell me the truth.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
Please don't let this little girl's death go unjustified.
I'm telling
Please
you.
don't do that to her.
I'm telling you.
She doesn't deserve it. She's an innocent.
There is
beautiful
no
little
way.
girl.
I'm telling you, there is no way
Help me.
that she could have possibly. I told you, the most that I know of that hurt her, she got into a scuffle. I didn't even realize she had that bruise on her stomach until that day.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen. Look at me. Look at me. Hey. Chevion, look at me. The injury to her liver. She bled to death.
I said that. She bled
It didn't happen
internally.
at a scuffle out in the yard.
It didn't
happen from bonking her head on another kid's head.
Yes, it is.
There is no reason she could have possibly
got me an injury like that.
I know. There's only
There is nothing.
one way it happened.
She was 5 years
There's
old,
no
Miss
way.
Vivi.
I'm telling you, there is no way she could have possibly got an injury like that. She was very well and alive and sitting up when I left the bathroom.
Girl, why you gonna still lie? You already in jail.
No.
And you're still alive.
I see children with lacerated livers
No.
all the time.
No.
I see children with lacerated small intestines. I see children with lacerated large intestines. I see children with lacerated hearts, with broken ribs, with their heads smashed.
Yeah,
No.
look,
I see all that.
probably is afraid.
That
I don't
wasn't
know
her.
why now.
And it only happens from one thing,
That was not her.
because someone close to them,
That
someone
wasn't
who
her.
loves them.
No, I'm telling you.
And I believe
that didn't
you love
happen like that.
girl,
But it did not.
Yes,
I do
nothing, girl.
believe
You
that
can
you
catch the
loved her.
replay, baby.
but I believe something happened that upset you.
No. No.
And I want to.
No.
And if it was an
No.
accident, you need to tell me that it was an accident.
No, it was.
You have to
It wasn't an accident. That I don't know how that happened.
I do. She was beat to death.
You can't say it was by me.
You
Well,
were the
who
only
did
one
it?
there.
I don't care who was there. It wasn't me.
Are you going to tell me that some ghost came in and did this? When there are only two people in a room and one person ends up dead, that's it.
Hey, Miss Toya, how you doing, baby?
You already told me this. What do I say?
I'm really trying to figure out like what is really going on right now.
I'm telling you what's going on. Tex Connor's telling you what's going
This
on.
is
We're not
crazy.
lying to you.
I feel like somebody's lying to me.
You could think that, but you know the truth. You know.
The truth is she was in the tub. Alive.
I'm not down there.
Walked there herself.
I believe that. Something else happened though.
I don't know what.
You do.
No, I don't.
Shit, man, you do.
I'm
And it's
telling
going to
you.
be the hardest thing for you ever to admit.
Oh no.
It is.
I'm telling you, I'm not gonna admit something that I didn't do. That's what I'm not gonna do.
You don't have to, but you're still going to jail.
There is no way. There's no way.
Then explain it to me.
Can you explain it to me?
No, I have explained it to you a couple of times.
I'm still in disbelief. I still cannot believe this. This is a joke.
Who killed that child?
I don't. No. What?
Who killed that child?
Nobody. Like nobody should have possibly killed her.
You think that she just woke up dead?
I thought it was the tub.
You thought the tub beat her to death?
What?
When let me tell you something. Do you know what a liver is supposed to look like?
Exactly,
Let
open
me show
book.
you. Let me show you.
Exactly.
This is what a liver is supposed to look like. Smooth,
And if
shiny.
the father did beat her to death, where
That's
was
where our
she
Did
at?
that not possibly happen when I did CPR on her? Because I was pushing her whole body.
These lacerations, I told you, we see this in airplane crash victims. We see this in people that have been killed in car accidents.
No.
We see this in people that fall from great heights.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
This is what it should look like. This is what it looks like after somebody has punched or stomped on somebody's abdomen so hard
No.
that it ruptures their inside.
No.
Yes.
Nobody does anything like that.
Absolutely. People do it all the time.
No.
Girl,
People do
you
it all
might
the
as well
time.
give it
No.
up.
This isn't
okay?
a trick. This is real. This is Jania's. This is her liver.
Just give
I'm
it
not
up.
making this up. I'm not making it up.
Sanders.
You were the only one with her. That's it. Why didn't you
Nothing happened
protect
to
her?
her in that tub.
Why didn't you protect her?
Where did it happen?
It may not happen in
Nowhere.
the
She
club,
was
but it
fine.
happened in that house.
No,
Well,
she wasn't. But you got to help me understand, because you seem like a nice lady.
Yeah, them cops know how to
I got to
do it.
know how you were capable of doing that.
whoa, no. I'm not. At all.
We see two types of people.
I'm not capable of doing that.
You know, we see good people. We see people that love.
I genuinely thought it was the water. The whole, like,
No, you didn't.
when I did her
was
CPR, it was
already
water
dead.
coming out of her.
Dead.
I don't understand right
You know
now. I
it.
don't understand. I thought it was.
I know. Listen, I know you're not a monster, but sometimes people are weak, and sometimes we do things that we regret.
No.
Sometimes we make decisions that we can't take back, we do something, there's an action that we can't take back once we've done it.
That time back to the
And this is what happened.
Some's had to mix up.
I can't see you get.
There has to be a mix up.
No, ain't no
How'd you
mix
get
up.
so mad at her? What did she do?
What?
What did she do to make you that mad?
No, that's not gonna work. Cause I didn't do that.
No, you did.
No, I didn't.
There's no doubt about
It's a doubt.
it. No,
I didn't do that.
you were the only one in the apartment. Richard wasn't there. Her death occurred within 2 to 3 minutes. I'm not saying this. A doctor is saying this. A super smart person
There's no way
who was a lot more
her
educated
death
than me.
could have possibly occurred within 2 to 3 minutes. No, she was up. She was up. She was doing fine.
Is this why you tried to kill yourself last night?
Oh my God.
Is this why? I mean, because I can't imagine the
Y'all
guilt.
hear that?
I can't imagine how guilty you must feel that baby died while you were taking care of her.
Wow.
Now, from the looks of your wrists and the look of your neck,
Did y'all
I'm
hear
going
what
to
he
say you
just
either
said?
tried to.
Uber Eats is delivering more deals, so you can get more food to watch more basketball. Right now, get a buy one, get one double.
Wow.
yourself, but just weren't able.
If y'all like my commentary and like to donate any coffees, y'all can donate coffees. Open book if you're on my chat, because you drop the link for me, please. I appreciate it. And I thank everybody that came through. I'm sorry, y'all. I did not know this was going to be a long video like that, but it was very detailing, interesting, and sad at the same time. So I'm glad everybody that did stick out with me to watch this whole live. I appreciate y'all, because I only do like 3 a day, but 3 or 4. But this one took so long. The other ones I'm going to save for tomorrow. But we're going to continue this one out.
Able to do it deep enough, because cutting yourself is tough. I'm going to guess that you tried to hang yourself at one point, or at least strangle yourself, so that you lost consciousness.
Her dad
Exactly.
is feeling probably the same exact way, if not worse than me.
You don't have a mark.
The only difference.
You don't have a mark on his body. I just talked to him.
I know.
Talking to him the whole time.
I know.
He's in there crying, breaking down. I don't know what to do with him. He's so upset. He's beside himself. Now I talk to you. Not a tear in your eye. You've got cuts on your wrists. Wait
a minute, y'all. So they trying to say the father didn't do it. Oh, y'all, this is wait. What in the hell? Wow.
contusions around your neck.
I'm in disbelief.
You can believe it because you tried to hurt yourself. Because you're feeling so bad about what you did that you tried to take your own life.
No, I feel bad because she was right there and I thought she was fine.
Are you right now thinking in your head, if I just keep denying this?
No, I'm not thinking that at all.
Because there's so much evidence. So much.
That's what I'm thinking.
That
I
there's
mean,
only
what
one.
other evidence? Like,
How much evidence do you need?
I'm really trying to figure out what is really going on.
Have you ever built a puzzle?
And who haven't?
Right. You ever missing a couple pieces? You're like, oh shoot, I'm missing a couple pieces. But you can still figure out what the picture is, right? That's where we're at. I might be missing a few pieces of the puzzle. I might be missing how it happened, why it happened, where in the apartment. I might be missing some pieces, but I got the picture. I got the picture. The picture's there.
This has to be wrong.
There's nothing wrong about it. Now, if you were hitting her and you went too far, you had, maybe you didn't realize how hard you were hitting her, or maybe you fell on top of her and didn't realize how hard you did that, that's understandable. But if you woke up that morning going, I'm going to beat the crap out of this little kid, that's a different person.
Exactly what he's doing.
We need to figure out who.
That's exactly what he's doing.
Because I don't know who we're talking to right now. There's no amount of denial that's going to get those cuffs off today.
It's not about, I'm really trying to think right now. What could have possibly happened? I really am.
You're the only one who knows. You're the only one that knows. There's only two people that knew.
This is crazy.
Yeah, she do Shay,
Why
but
you
I don't
going
think
with
she
two
gonna
people
never
in the
do
apartment?
it. I doubt she ever
She
do
ain't
it.
gonna lie.
But they know she did it though.
Tell us what happened.
It's just
Don't
like
let
Open
this
Book
little
just
girl's
said.
death
They just wanted to, break
go without
down
an
and
explanation.
confess.
She deserves it.
I do.
That's why they
This
saying
little girl
these things
deserves
to
the
her.
truth to be told. You owe it to her.
No, I didn't do it.
She called you mommy. She thought of you as her mother.
If I would have known that something like that was wrong with her, she would have been 1,000 feet away from me. It doesn't matter what could have possibly happened. It doesn't matter what could be possibly going on. As long as she's okay, that's the only thing that matters. So if I would have known that something like that severe
How would you have
was
known?
going, exactly, how would I have known?
You think so, Denise? That could be a
I didn't
possibility
say you
too.
knew that her liver was lacerated. Because
So if I would have known something like that was going on,
But something-
she would have been in the hospital
But something
way
happened.
sooner.
Something happened that caused those
Oh
injuries.
yeah, she was very
way sooner.
Southern.
What are you talking about?
Yes.
Way sooner.
What are you talking about? Way sooner.
You pulled her out. You dressed her. You put her on the couch, and you didn't call her.
Exactly.
You called
That's
her.
why I said something would have been done way
Boy,
sooner.
they eating
When she
her
was
alive.
dead.
I didn't know.
You didn't know. How do you know?
How do I know? How do
All right, you know how I know? Because when
How do I know?
you're on the 911 tape going, I don't know if she's breathing. I heard it.
Yes, that's what I didn't know if she was breathing or not.
I don't know.
That's not how I wanted to know at all.
I have the tapes. Are you kidding me?
Oh my God.
We have all of it.
Yes, I know you have the tapes. I'm not confused at all about that, but I'm really confused about this. I really am.
You seem very confused.
I am.
Then why are you saying you're not confused?
I'm not confused that you have the tapes. I'm not confused that you didn't hear what was going on, but the fact that you're trying to say that I was careless on the phone said, I don't know. No, that's not right.
Are you confused about the medical evidence that we have?
Yes, I'm confused about all of this. The fact that you guys are saying it was bruises to her bones,
To the bone.
that's insane. That's insane.
There's nothing insane about this.
I don't even
There is
know.
nothing insane about this. You want to know what this is? This is her leg. This is the inside of her leg, and that is blood that's not supposed to be there. You want to see her arms? This is blood that's not supposed to be on her arms. Do you understand? That is blood that is not supposed to be there. Her legs are supposed to be almost milky pink. These are bruises. These are legit 100% bruises caused by an adult with a whole lot of force.
This is insane to me.
Auntie Tracy said she gonna slip up.
I already showed you what I need to show you.
Back up.
I ain't got nothing else for you.
I thought she would have got up at some point in time. Like, Mommy, I'm just kidding. That's how in disbelief I am and was about the situation. Fine. She was. Fine. She was.
You know what? You're probably right. She probably was okay when she got in the tub. But that's what happened after.
She wasn't in the tub that long. Nothing happened after.
She.
Look at me. Please. Please look at me. The tub didn't kill this baby.
So she did die from drowning.
why would the water coming out of her?
Because it's natural. I mean, why? She was in the water. So water got inside her.
No. No. She was breathing. I seen her. That's what I told you guys. She was breathing in the water. That's why I told her to sit up. She sat up. And then I left and came back and she was laying back down. She was not in a situation to be, oh, no. I'm still like, damn, is she gonna come back? Is this really a fucking game right now? Is there any way possible she's just gonna get up and you guys are gonna tell us to come get her?
She's not coming back.
No. She was breathing in that water. I'm telling you, she was alive. Nothing happened to her in the tub. She was breathing in the water. And I'm telling you that for sure. Because I had to tell her to sit up and stop doing that. And she did. She was fine.
So did she get the whooping before you put her in the tub?
What? She didn't get a whooping. She didn't get a whooping that morning. At all. She didn't get a whooping.
Shivia, we've explained to you what happened.
Why do you think she got a whooping that day?
Well, if you said she was alive when you put her in the tub.
Very well.
The injury could have happened prior to you putting her in the bathtub. And then she expired while she was in the tub.
No. I'm telling you, she was up.
Well, I'm saying she could have maybe walked to the tub with that type of an injury. I doubt it. You would have probably had to carry her.
No. She walked to the tub.
See, the thing that unfortunately that we're faced with, that we have to deal with, because this isn't going away. It's not. This is real. This is as serious as it gets. It doesn't get any more serious than this. We have a 5-year-old little girl that loved her daddy and loved her mama. And when I say loved her mama, I'm talking about you. That little girl woke up Wednesday morning. It's like it was another day. And then sometime between the time she woke up and 8 o'clock in the morning, she died. And children just don't die. There were only 2 people inside that apartment. You and her. You're smart enough to understand what I'm talking about. You're intelligent enough to understand what I've explained to you.
I don't.
It might be hard.
She was breathing in the water.
I'm sure that it's hard to deal with.
I understand that. I don't want to believe that this.
I know you don't.
This can't be normal.
I know you don't want to believe it. I wouldn't want to believe it either. I wouldn't want to believe that I would be capable of doing something like that to a child.
I didn't.
Well, they know what to say to you.
No, you did.
I didn't.
And you probably think that if you continue to deny,
No, I don't think
it's going to
that.
make a difference. But it's not.
Yeah, you're right, because some adults can't be
You guys
serious
already have your
on
mindset that it was
all
just me.
children.
You told me it was just you. Richard told
I
me it was
didn't
just you.
do that though.
Both of you told me that he left. He was gone. You both said that. You said that you were alone in the apartment with her.
She was fine though.
She wasn't.
She was.
No, she
She
wasn't.
was fine.
No, she was not.
She was.
And you know she wasn't.
Then why'd you try to hurt yourself?
I didn't do
Why'd you try to
anything
kill
for
yourself?
her.
Why would you try and kill yourself? If it wasn't your fault. What?
Because I was there with her.
So?
I thought she was sleeping.
You didn't think she was sleeping.
I genuinely thought she was
You're
sleeping.
smart enough to know when somebody's sleeping and when they're dead.
No, she
You're
played
telling me
like
that
she's
you
a
don't-
playful kid.
You don't
It's
know
not
the
about
difference
that.
when someone is dead.
No, apparently not. I haven't ever been in that type of situation before, so no, I wouldn't know the difference. Like I said, she was still warm.
I didn't even realize she was warm.
Shivy, I know you don't think I'm on your side, but I'm the only voice you have right now. This is it. You got me. I'm the only one that's willing to tell your story.
She was alive. She was fine.
So what you want me to believe is that this poor child.
That's true, Miss D. I agree. Especially if that's what she's doing.
That ended her life. She was beat to death. The beating that ended her life. Nobody knows how it happened. It just happened. It happened while she was in the tub and you were out having a cigarette. Because 1 minute she's fine and the next minute she's dead.
She was alive in the tub when she got it. She was alive.
And she could have been.
She was.
But either what? So then what happened before. It doesn't change anything. It really doesn't. It doesn't matter if she was in the tub. It doesn't matter if she was in a car. It doesn't matter if she was laying on the couch. It doesn't matter where she was.
It doesn't matter because if she wasn't in that tub, she wouldn't have died. If I would have walked off, she would be still here.
No, she wouldn't.
She would. She would.
Shivian.
She would still be here if I didn't walk off from her. If I didn't think that.
She had already bled to death.
No.
Yeah.
No.
She did.
Yeah.
No, she didn't. It's not a mystery. We know what killed her.
She didn't.
She did.
She didn't.
I don't. Listen, you can say she didn't as much as you want. You can say it till you're blue in the face. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't. I'm sorry.
Don't change
nothing.
nothing.
And if that's what makes you feel better.
She bled internally.
If she died, how could she have possibly been breathing in the water?
She wasn't.
How could she be possibly doing that if she had died?
I told you. We told you it takes 2 to 3 minutes for something like that to happen.
She was in the tub longer than 2 to 3 minutes.
Okay. So you probably, if what happened, which I'm assuming for whatever reason you got upset and you put that whooping on her.
No.
And then you put her in the tub trying to clean her up because she would have been bloody.
Bloody? What?
From her mouth because she's got injuries in her mouth. She would have had a bloody nose.
What?
So you put her in the tub to clean her up.
No, that is completely made up.
Because we see it all the time.
But I didn't ever agree to or say that that's what happened.
The first time that I've seen
I didn't at no point in time agree to saying that happened. I didn't say that happened.
The first time that I've seen a baby with a lacerated liver, that baby died because of that. This ain't the first time. I see this all the time.
She was breathing in that water.
But then you whooped her before you put her in the tub.
No.
Yeah.
No.
You did.
No.
Now, I don't know if you used your feet or if you used your hands or how you did it or if you struck her with an object that was inside the apartment to cause that type of an injury.
No.
But there is no doubt in anyone's mind that that child died from a beating. And like my partner said.
Are you sure?
Absolutely. 100%.
Miss Lewis said,
she hadn't been in any accident. She hadn't been hurt. She didn't have no bruises the night before when you put her to bed. Y'all said when we put her to bed, she was just sad.
Nobody did never say that. I told you she got into a scuffle outside.
Oh, sure. Okay. Not that kind of scuffle.
She got into a scuffle outside.
Then she would have been dead that day. She'd have been dead that afternoon. Yeah, are you telling me that you had a dead baby in your house all day and you never called the police?
She died.
No, she died in the morning.
Right, Miss D.
After Richard left.
No.
Yep.
No, she didn't.
Yep.
And yeah, she did.
I know she
She
did.
drove.
No, she did. She was beat to death.
You just said that, oh, y'all put her to bed, nothing was ever wrong with it. Like, I didn't. No, I didn't. I told you she had a scuffle, and that's how she got beat up like that. I told you that from the beginning.
That didn't cause that. You said she came in with a little black eye. She had dinner, had a sandwich. Y'all watched TV. You put her down on the bed for cat.
She did. She said all of that.
You said the scuffle was around 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Y'all had dinner and good night and put her in bed. You got her up for a bath the next day and put her in the bathtub. You said she walked to the tub.
So if I possibly did that, she would not have been up in the tub for more than 10 minutes.
Well,
if you guys are saying that was a 2-minute type of situation, no, she was up.
I mean, this is
very alive.
This is just what you're telling me. I mean, I don't know the timeline.
I have to go off what you say. I know she was in the tub because her hair was wet. We know she was in the tub because there was blood in the tub. We know she was in the bathroom because there was blood on the floor. No
That was
doubt,
old.
no
That
doubt
was
in my mind
prior.
that you put her in the tub. I agree.
That was prior to that
100%.
shit. If I go run the water in the tub right now, that blue stuff is gonna fill up the whole tub. And if I let it out and don't wash the tub out, it's gonna fill up again.
But that's not in question. You put her in the tub. You said you put her. I believe you. I believe you did put her in the tub. I do. I do.
So are you guys trying to arrest me for murder?
You are going to be charged with murder.
Are you serious?
Yes, very serious.
I did not do that.
After 7, y'all. Woo, I didn't know it was going to be this long, y'all.
Chevion was charged with 1 count of murder and 6 counts of child abuse, including neglect or endangerment resulting in substantial
Sorry,
bodily
y'all. I
harm.
didn't know it was going to be this long, but
But Richard Davis was allowed to go home and plan a funeral for his daughter. Janiah's birth mother never attended Janiah's funeral. Police were also unable to obtain an interview from her. About a year later, lab results for the DNA found underneath Janiah's fingernails confirmed that that DNA belonged to her father, Richard Davis. Due to the sperm fraction found inside Janiah, he was arrested on August 17th of 2020 and charged with 1 count of murder, 6 counts of child abuse,
Oh, wow.
neglect or endangerment resulting in substantial bodily harm, 1 count of SA with a minor under the age of 14, and 1 count of lewdness with a child under the age of 14.
whoa.
At first, the trial was going to proceed with the objective being to try the couple together, but a conflict of interest was determined and the courts decided to try the pair separately, with Chevion Miller's trial being dealt with first. She never testified in her own defense, but there were some key points brought up during her trial that certainly need to be addressed. So let's start with the DNA found on the child. The sample taken under Janiah's fingernail
You said it,
definitely,
Miss Lewis.
beyond the shadow of a doubt, belonged to Richard Davis.
Glory
There was no
to God,
question about
yes.
that. There was, however, contention during the trial as to whether or not the DNA found inside Janiah actually belonged to Richard or was even a match for Richard. But the prosecution showed a photo and claimed that the swabs used to conduct the test took the samples from a position far enough inside the body that a towel simply wouldn't reach. What we do know is that the tiny fraction that was found inside Janiah's body was confirmed to have 2 DNA donors. One was likely Janiah, and the other was definitely a male, but the sample was just too small to determine exactly who the male donor was, so the test results on that could neither confirm or exclude Janiah's father. Richard's arrest stemmed from the fact that there were no other males present around Janiah for days leading up to her murder. But then about 8 days before Chevion's trial, Richard's SA charge was mysteriously dropped. There were also major disputes about Janiah's time of death. While Janiah definitely died in the apartment, her official death was recorded at the hospital as 8:25 a.m. Her body temperature, taken slightly before that, was 87 degrees Fahrenheit, which is significantly lower than normal. Because of this, her estimated time of death was initially believed to have been roughly 2 hours before first responders arrived. And if that was the case, then yes, Chevion was the only one that could have murdered Janiah because she was the only one with her at the time. But later, Dr. Cornell estimated that Janiah may have actually passed 3 to 4 hours before she was pronounced dead, which means she very well could have died as early as 3:30 a.m. And that changes everything. I wonder if the bath and the heater were simply ways to keep the body warm long enough for a monster to get offside. And while we can only speculate, thanks to the trial, we now know that could indeed be a possibility. According to the defense, neither the bat nor the belt found in the apartment, as well as other items and evidence, were ever tested, which is kind of odd, especially considering that neither Chevion nor Richard had any damage to their hands. And what about those boxing glove type things seen on the floor in the evidence photos? They'd certainly be a good way to protect one's hands while attacking someone else, but as it stands, they don't seem to have been tested. Another alarming thing the defense brought up was Exhibit 301, which was a video that showed Richard Davis at the Telcris Plasma Donation Center. The claim was that Richard looked visibly distraught roughly an hour and a half before he should have known anything had happened to his daughter. He was described as slouched in his chair, head down, shaking his head. He was also noted by a Telcris worker to not really have reacted much to the news about his daughter. It's impossible for me to watch these clips and not think there's something off about Richard. His demeanor is certainly alarming, but is that due to the context of this video or the lack of context in understanding Richard's baseline behaviors? There's no doubt in my mind that Richard Davis knew something and had something to do with this. And personally, I find his presence in these clips highly unsettling. There's no denying that Richard, by observation only, could be considered strange in his mannerisms. But strange is not evidence that he murdered Janiyah. Another big thing that was brought up briefly during Chevion's trial was Dejanay Williams, the friend Chevion referred to as her sister, the one with the kids that Janiyah allegedly touched inappropriately. The prosecution had tried relentlessly to get Dejanay to respond to subpoenas, but they simply couldn't locate her. They had her name down as Dejanay Johnson, spelled like this, so who knows, maybe that had something to do with it. But suddenly on the last day of Chevion's trial, the prosecutor was somehow able to locate Dejanay and talk her into testifying that morning. In the 3 years leading up to the trial, no one had ever interviewed this witness about the murder. According to the prosecution, Dejanay said she had babysat Janiyah in the apartment on the Saturday before her death and hadn't noticed any injuries on the child. But she did state that she found Richard weird and that he made her uncomfortable. But at the time, she needed a place to stay, so, in her words, beggars can't be choosers. Dejanay also allegedly told the prosecution that on multiple occasions, Richard Davis would turn the TV up and discipline Janiyah in the other room. Dejanay described how she could still hear Janiyah screaming over the noise, but she wasn't exactly sure what Richard was doing to her. However, she went on to note that Chevion had recently told her she wanted out of the relationship, and she was tired of watching Richard's child and being responsible for her. The prosecution alleged that Dejanay heard Chevion say she would kill Janiyah. Not only that, but there was evidence submitted before a grand jury in the form of an anonymous Crime Stopper tip that also claimed someone was going to kill Janiyah. There's no proof, but the prosecution seemed to think that person was Dejanay. The prosecution also mentioned several jail phone calls between Chevion and Dejanay until suddenly, Dejanay decided to sever contact with Chevion for good. The jail phone calls are recorded somewhere, but I was unable to obtain them. Due to objections by the defense, Dejanay Williams was not allowed to testify at Chevion's trial. Also submitted into evidence was a text message from Chevion to Richard days earlier stating, "Your daughter is the devil." Chevion Imani Miller was convicted of first-degree murder and child abuse resulting in substantial bodily harm. She was sentenced to serve 20 to 50 years behind bars. She's currently serving time in the Florence McClure Women's Correctional Facility in Las Vegas, Nevada. Richard Davis was eventually released on bail, and I haven't been able to find a single update on his case.
If you all had known my grandbaby, you would totally love her. She loved her siblings like she loved her siblings. The world is gonna miss out. They're already missing out on the beautiful soul that she was. She'd have been 10 years old. And I wonder what would she have looked like? How long would her hair be? Because she has so much hair. It was crazy. Like, I'm low-key jealous, but she has so much hair on her little tiny head. But I just wonder, would her hair be longer? Would she have wanted it cut? Like, I just all of it. What would she be into? Like, all this stuff that I think about. And I don't know. There's no answer. There will never be an answer for it. At some point, my daughter, Janiyah's mom, confided in us that Richard had physically put hands on her abusively. And I'm just like, what? I remember one time he was telling us about a fight that he had, and he beat this person down so bad that out of his own mouth, he said, "My hands are registered weapons in the state of Nevada." And I was like, wow, that to me was a red flag. This person made you angry and you just took it out. Like, I don't know. I don't remember the details. I just remember that phrase that he said.
Yes, open book. I believe both of them did something to that baby. From the beginning, when that baby said it, in the beginning of this. Yes, Southern Girl, you can go back and watch the beginning because it was a lot. It was 8 parts to this. I didn't know it was going to be so long today. The judge should, well, yeah, I think both of them should have got charged. He should never been able to come home. And when that lady said she heard that baby in that room hollering, he would turn the TV up. He would, I ain't even gonna say it. Lord Jesus, let me just keep my mouth closed. Was CPS ever called? They never said, open book. They never said, I don't know. I don't know. Then they said they tried to kiss another little girl in the lips. Yes, that was said. And that's what he was doing to her. Absolutely. Yep. So let's finish it up. I didn't know this had 8 chapters, but it was a lot to that.
And it kind of blew my mind. I kept that in the back of my mind all these years, I just remember that when she made the decision to send Janiyah, everybody was against it because I couldn't understand why my daughter didn't call me to be like, can you help me with the girls? Because if I had to get a second job or whatever I had to do to help her, I would have made myself available to do that. Richard wasn't in Janiyah's life. And now all of a sudden, you want to take care of her and this, that, and blah, 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 which I didn't understand. It's like, you've been gone and away for 4 years now. My daughter's been pretty much doing this on her own with intermittent help from me as I understood where she was at. And now you want to show up? What's that about? Like, what do you have to gain from this? Well, then we found out that he had a girlfriend, Siobhan. I didn't know her, had never met her, didn't know anything about her. But my daughter did tell me that Siobhan had had a miscarriage. And then I found out in the strangest way, Siobhan's mom, after the trial, that Richard had beat her and she lost the baby. Wow. So Siobhan's mom told me that. And they let my grandbaby go from Colorado to Las Vegas illegally. The state of Colorado wasn't even supposed to let her come back here because they were the custodians at the time. So she wasn't even supposed to come. No paperwork was done. No, nothing was done. They dropped the ball. They totally dropped the ball. They did not do what they were supposed to do. Now she's in the grave. Oh. He could have just sent her back to Colorado. I would have went and picked her up. I would have picked her up. You wouldn't have had to twist my arm. You wouldn't even have to convince me. None of that. I need to come get you. I'll be there tomorrow. And would have left immediately. So her death was unnecessary, except for revealing who Siobhan and Richard really are. The next time I had heard anything about Janiyah, her welfare, her well-being, was the day I got the phone call from social services, 15 days after her birthday. She was killed. She was beaten to death. She didn't even get to be 5 years old or start school. Her funeral was on September the 24th of that same year. And I would have liked to have participated, but it seems that Richard and his family took control over the whole thing. They didn't want us to come to the wake. Like, none of that. It's like, what is wrong with y'all?
Wow.
I didn't have any information. Like, I hounded him on Facebook. I need to know when the funeral is because I'm coming. If you think for 1 minute that you're going to bury my granddaughter and I'm not going to be there, you got life and the other stuff completely mixed up. So he finally gave me the date and the time. And so I wanted my daughter to be there. She was going to come and then she didn't. She was going to come. I had $400 to my name. And I said, I will buy you a plane ticket right now. But she said, Mama, if I go, I don't trust myself. So me and my mom and Sarah and her best friend went to the funeral. And some people are like, well, why didn't her mom come? Why didn't her? You know what? Don't knock it until you've been there. And I wasn't angry with her for not showing up. I was able to speak at the funeral on her behalf. So we get to the funeral. Richard is standing there, tears. And I'm thinking, I gave him a little side hug because I wanted to feel his spirit. And my mom, she wasn't hugging. She was like, no. She didn't ever like him either. So she certainly wasn't going to give him a hug. So I gave him a little side hug, a little pat, whatever. And it was so fake. It felt fake to me. And that may be harsh, but I was there. It felt fake. And so we're sitting there during the service and the whole thing. And then Richard goes up to the casket and he's, I'm looking at him like, bro, this don't feel right to me. This feel like you had something to do with it. And in my opinion, he did have something to do with it. We went to the trial and I knew it was going to be intense I knew it was going to be graphic. I knew it was going to be a lot of what most people may not be able to handle, but I needed to know what happened to my granddaughter, because it wasn't no freaking her heart stopped. Well, yeah, her heart stopped because she was beat to death. That's why her heart stopped, but it wasn't because she had a heart attack or some heart complications. Don't get me twisted, because it didn't make any sense. So we get to the trial, and we hear all this testimony about the stuff that happened to her, and I am floored. She wasn't just beat. Like, when they showed a picture of her liver, and then they said it is a lacerated liver, the pathologist said it wasn't just like she got, like, maybe punched in the stomach. It looked like someone had stomped on her. Ooh. And her liver looked like mush. So,
wow.
All the details after that, I mean, it was just more and more and more. Wow. The bruising all over her body, from her chest, from her neck, all the way down to her ankles.
Say that.
And I'm thinking, you all are trying Siobhan. And she, as far as I'm concerned, foolishly took the rap for it. Where was Richard in all of this? Her daddy. Okay, the one that seeded the egg. Where is he at in all of this? Because something in my maternal mind, as a mother and a grandmother, could not possibly calculate or compute the fact that this one woman did all of this. And I still don't fully believe it wasn't. She's culpable for sure, but she was there and didn't do nothing to stop it. But I don't think it was her. I don't.
Yep, I'm with her on that.
So
all the way 100.
We get through the trial. We literally watched them take my granddaughter apart a little bit at a time. Like, we saw the inside of her ribs where she had hemorrhaged because they were broken, and some, if I remember correctly, had broken and healed, and fresh fractures and things like that. And I'm thinking, and then I remember when Richard said to me, my hands are registered weapons with the state of Nevada. That never left me. And it came back screaming loud and clear. I was glad that she was found guilty, but it still didn't sit right in my soul and my spirit that it was all her, because it wasn't. There's no way. But see, that's where my faith comes in handy, because I know that the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, he gonna get the final say. Amen. I don't care what nobody say.
Amen.
So we have prayed, me and Sarah, that God would deal with Siobhan's heart. Don't give her no peace. Don't give her no rest until she speaks the truth out of her mouth. Until the absolute truth comes out, there's going to be no justice. There will be no justice for Janiyah. But the paramedics said that her hair was not wet. Now, if you know anything about Black people's hair, when it's in braids, Janiyah's hair was braided, and it gets wet, it takes a minute for it to dry. I mean, unless you got like super thin hair, when it's braided cornrow, it takes a minute for it to dry. So by the time the paramedics arrived, if she had truly been in the bathtub and drowned, her hair would have still been wet. And he said her hair was not wet. So that was like key to the fact that this situation did not happen in no water in the bathtub. Not like that. So we heard a lot. We've seen a lot. The stuff that might give some people nightmares. So yeah, that's what happened to my grandbaby. But in my heart, it's not over. It's not over until the truth comes out, because I need to know what part Richard played in Janiyah's death.
You know, it's been 3 years since I first heard the name Janiyah Russell. It's been a lot of tracking down documents, evidence, USB drives getting lost in the mail, multiple times I might add, and even refusals of FOIA or open records requests for various reasons, including Chevion Miller's appeal, which was recently rejected. I've spent so much time researching this little girl's case and her life that even I feel like I should have been at her funeral. It's a horrible case, and cases involving children always stick with me. And this one specifically reminds me so much of Fallon Friedley's murder. For those of you who haven't seen my video on Fallon Friedley, there are so many similarities between these two cases. Kirsty and Chevion were both supposed to be babysitting the little girls that were found murdered in their care. Both crimes involved a bathtub. Both crimes involved severe liver injuries and bellies full of blood. Both cases involved adults who went for a smoke during crucial moments. Both cases involved neglecting to provide or call for aid when it mattered most, when it was obvious the children wouldn't survive without it. And then when it comes to the interrogations, if you ever question whether or not Chevion is guilty based on hers, just let me show you what a guilty person looks like. This is Fallon Friedley's murderer, Kirsty Flood.
According to the doctors in the ER, her belly is full of blood. She's got an injury
I need to
to her
find this
liver,
one too.
her spleen, and her colon.
Oh my God, stop.
She's got bruises all over her body.
Stop.
She's got bruises all over her head.
Oh my, I can't even believe. How exactly? How would that even have happened? No, that is extremely confusing. And the only thing that I could even think of is if she tripped.
So her tripping and falling would not cause those injuries.
I don't even understand.
So tell me how this happened.
Neither of us are violent people. That doesn't even make sense to me how that would even happen. But I would never lose my cool on that level. I did not do anything to that little girl. And you are not about to ruin my life over that. How?
You tell me, I wasn't there.
All over her
Can I
head.
find this one tonight?
All over her head. Do you know that accidents happen all the
I
time?
do, because I have 4 kids.
Exactly my point.
If she hadn't been caught on her own home surveillance system, she might still be free. She makes a lot of the same statements Chevion made, and she's adamant of her innocence. I've actually connected Janiah's grandmother and Fallon's mother. I hope that connection will be fruitful and help them heal from their losses, knowing that they aren't forced to face them alone. If you ask me my opinion, I think Chevion and Richard both did this, and if they did, I hope they rot for it. I'll be campaigning for Chevion not to be released. In fact, I'll be starting a petition, and I'm eagerly waiting for Richard's day in court. There's so much more to this, even just with my involvement. I've spoken to other people close to this case, and I even have conversations with some of them recorded. Hell, I've even spoken to Chevion's own mother, who makes some pretty outlandish claims, and who knows, maybe she's right. I can't speak about all those here on this channel, though. But along with some of Janiah's family members that care, I've started a Facebook group called Justice for Janiah Russell, and I'll be discussing these other things in much more detail there. In fact, I've been exchanging letters with Chevion Miller. I've got some phone calls from her too. Join me on the Justice for Janiah Russell page, or on my own new true crime channel, One Crime TM, to find out more and show your support for finding answers to this tragedy. My final notes on this case are as follows. Janiah Russell was let down by this world. Almost everyone that was supposed to protect and love her either abandoned or abused her, and she had only just turned 5. When she was beaten to death, so many people stayed silent. When she was crying out for help, clearly dealing with some kind of trauma, ears turned deaf. So many refused to speak out in time, or for some, even at all. Very few cared about Janiah. Almost every news article on this case would nearly fit inside a few fortune cookies. This world simply didn't deserve a smile like Janiah's. She had no one fighting for her. But I think that just changed because you and I now know what we know. And I can bet my bottom dollar that once overlooked, Janiah Russell will never be forgotten. Rest in peace, little girl. And to those who harmed her, stood by and did nothing to save her while she suffered. To those who failed to seek justice in her name, I hope you never close your eyes again without hearing whispers from the water she took her final breaths in. I'm Mr. Black, and this is the disturbing truth.
Okay, y'all. Ooh, that was something, okay? That was something. Wow. That was 8 chapters, y'all. I did not know that was going to be that long. I did not. That was 8 chapters. And it's after 5 o'clock. I think I started at like 2:30. Yeah. So I'm going to try to find that other one for tomorrow, the one he showed about the white lady. I'm gonna try to find that one tomorrow. This was very heartbreaking, y'all. But I do believe the mother and the father, I mean the girlfriend and the father. Oh, hold on. Hold on, y'all. Let me put her on pause. Okay, dokie. Put her on pause. So, yeah, I just believe the father was, messing around with that daughter. I do believe that. I definitely do believe that. Yeah, and I believe the girlfriend knew about it. I believe the girlfriend knew. The friend spoke up about it. She even said he took the little girl in the room, turned the TV up loud, but she don't know what he was doing in the room to the little girl. The little girl simply said the beginning of the video, in the beginning of the video, that what her father was touching her. She said it out her own mouth. And I don't understand why the grandmother didn't look into that when that little girl said that, or question that little girl about that and say, what did you just say? But you said everything will be okay. Everything is fine. Everything will be okay. Just have fun with your father. Like, if one of my grandkids would have said some shit like that, I would stop them and wait a minute, let's redirect that. What did you just say again? But she didn't do that. She didn't do that. Thank you too, Auntie Tracy. Thank you for chiming in. I appreciate you. Yes, Rebecca, it was very heartbreaking. That little girl said it in the beginning. She said, I told my mommy that my daddy was touching me, and she told me to tell him, don't touch me. She said it in the beginning. So that's why I don't understand why the grandmother didn't look into that. And what will make her not even stop the little girl and ask her, what did she say? What do you mean? How's he touching you? How long he been touching you? You could have saved your own granddaughter's life right then and there when that granddaughter said that to you. That would have been something for you to call the police, okay, and call CPS. And that little girl probably would have never, ever been able to go there again. She would still be alive, and the father probably would be in jail. So in that aspect, I think the grandmother felt the little girl also. Yeah. So, man, this was a lot today, y'all. This was a lot. Yeah. So, thank y'all, everybody, for timing in. I appreciate y'all so much. I really, really do, for all the ones that stuck in here, because that was a long one right there. That was an 8-chapter live. So, video. So, I'm going to get off, get me something to eat, because I did not know it was going to take that long. But it was worth it. It was worth it. It was a great video. So I'm going to try to find the other one tonight. I'm going to look into that one. I don't know what was the name of that one, because he never said the name. He just said it was something similar to this one. So I really don't know the name. I'm just going to try to look for it the best I can, see can I find it. And if I do, I will share it tomorrow. But I thank everybody for timing in. Everybody, thank y'all so much. And thank you for the 2 people that did buy me a coffee. I will appreciate y'all so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me see. Wait a minute. I think I got a couple of more coffees. Let me see. Y'all know I don't call out names, but y'all know who y'all are. Okay? Y'all know who y'all are. I try to keep people anonymous sometimes, because sometimes people don't like people calling out their names. But so that was 4 people. Thank you for Queens for the coffees for the 4 people. I appreciate y'all so much. And I hope y'all did. And the grandmother is full of shit. Denise. Hey, Denise. Yeah, because like I said, there's no way a 5-year-old gonna speak that clearly to you. Okay? And you just moved on with the conversation, said, okay, I hope you have fun with your daddy this weekend. Something like that, she said. Okay? And you didn't stop your granddaughter, to ask her questions, to ask her, what did she say? What does she mean by that? Like, come on. Come on. Come on, y'all. I just didn't buy that. This is a very heartbreaking video, y'all. It was. It was. Yep, it really was. Lord have mercy. Hey, Kimberly. The grandmother ain't shit. Rebecca. Hey, I got to agree with you and Denise. Yeah. Yeah. And I believe the dad knew that the girlfriend was abusing that baby too. I believe that. I believe the dad knew it because he was doing the same damn thing. He was doing the same thing. What type of shit is that? Yes, Southern girl. Yes. When I first played the video, the baby said it to the grandmother. If you go back and watch the replay in the beginning when I first started, the baby said that. She said, I am my mommy. I forgot what she said. I'm just going to say a little bit, but you can go back and watch it because I think she said, I told my mommy that my daddy touched me. That's what she said. Miss Lynn isn't still in here. She'll correct me. But that's what that baby said. And the grandmother didn't say nothing but have fun with your father. I said, well, I'll be there. So I had to pause the chat, right? So I'm asking the chat, like, did y'all just hear what I heard this baby say? Because I didn't know how deep it was going to get, y'all. Because I only watched half of this, right, last night. And I got sleepy, and then it was too much, and I stopped. I watched half. So that's why I didn't know that it was an 8 chapter to this. Because if I knew it was an 8 chapter to this, I would just did this only one video for the day because I knew it would have took a lot of time. So after I heard the part of the baby say that to the grandmother, I'm like, what? I'm like, nah, I don't even want to watch no more. And I never watched it no more after that. Hey, Miss D in chat, what was the little girl name? Damn, I forgot her name. Y'all, did anybody remember the little baby name? Put it in the chat for me, please. I forgot. Because this baby. So I can want to ask in 2 minutes. You don't want to ask. It's okay. You can ask questions. Y'all, and you know what, y'all? The other little girl that they found passed away, right? And they discovered her body. I wanted to play that video for y'all today too, but this was too long. So maybe I will do that tomorrow for y'all. I'll do that tomorrow. So yeah, I come across. But I definitely want to find this other video, y'all. I'll be doing a lot of homework when I get offline, y'all, to find these videos and stuff like that. I really do. Sometimes I fall asleep when I'm doing it because I'll be tired sometimes. Because sometimes we find like 2 or 3 to do a day. Because I at least like to do 3. But like I said, if I knew this one was going to be 8 chapters, I would only did 1 and this one. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't know. But it's cool, though. Oh, yeah, it was sad. It was really sad. Yeah. I don't think, Auntie Lynn, well, you know what? Let me put it this way. I don't know if the grandmother ever told her daughter or not that the little girl said that. I don't know. And that is a good question. When the granddaughter says to the grandmother, did the grandmother tell the daughter that the grandbaby said it? But evidently, let's put it like this now. The little girl had to tell the mother because the little girl said what the mother said to tell the daddy. So the little girl already had brought the awareness to the mother because the little girl stated in the video today what my mommy said to tell my daddy to don't touch me no more. That's what the little girl said. So the little girl had to tell the mama. But did the mother go back and tell her daughter what the granddaughter said? I don't know. You too, Auntie Cherry, and thank you for timing in, baby. Love you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love you, Miss D. I love you, Miss D. Everyone have a blessed evening. Thank you too, Shay Shay, and thank you for coming through whenever you can. I appreciate you for still being a follower of me and still coming through from time to time. If not every day, at least you did still do show your presence. And I want to say thank you for that. And I want to say thank you to April because she still comes through and show her presence sometimes too. So I appreciate everybody that, that still does that. I appreciate y'all so much. That's why I was wondering what side of the family was the grandmother on, because normally the moms would have been questioning the grandkid. Yeah, see that I don't know, sis. I don't know what part. I don't wait a minute. She did say that was her daughter. So I don't know if that was the, well, you know what? I don't think it was his mother. I don't think it was his mother. I think it was her daughter's. That was her daughter. Yeah, that was her daughter. Because remember when she said that she had $400 and she asked her daughter, did her daughter want to go to the funeral? Her daughter did not want to go to the funeral. Remember? And they also said too that the mother gave the father custody of the little girl. I think when the little girl was just turning 4. Yeah. Oh yeah, she was a cute little girl. She was one, and she was full of life too. She was full of life. That's why I never believe when they tell me she was outside playing and all that shit. Y'all didn't even let the little girl go out. Because you got to understand one thing. When kids are being abused by whoever got custody of them, whether they're in a foster home or with the mother, the father, they don't normally let kids outside like that, right? Because they don't like kids to be amongst other children, especially when they're smart and they can talk. You know what I'm saying? So the abuser normally don't want the kids to be around other people because they don't want the kids to start to talking and tell what's really going on, whether it's physically, mentally, or emotional abuse, whatever going on in that home. They try to keep those kids away from the outside world. Okay, so that's why they didn't let that little girl out. Okay, that's why I knew that little thing was lying when she said the little girl was outside playing with her friends and all that. Girl, you was describing as that 5-year-old baby was beaten by a grown woman, because that was grown women injuries that you was telling the police. Okay, so that's why they knew she was lying too, and I did too. I caught right on to it. Have a good evening, Miss D. Great live. Thank y'all. Thank y'all for timing in. I appreciate y'all. Yeah. So, because I think that was her daughter's baby, and I think that was her mother. I don't think that was his mother. I don't think that was his mother at all. I think that was her. That was her daughter mother. Yeah. It's so unfortunate that those babies and kids have been taken away like that. Yes, absolutely. So y'all, I'm going to get off because I'm going to do some homework. I'm going to log off, eat, take a shower, and then get back on the computer because I'm going to try to find that story that he just showed me of that lady. The white lady. I'm going to try to find it. I'm not guaranteeing y'all I can find it. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to go through this one right here. I'm on and see can I find it. If I find it, I will share it. But if I don't find it, y'all, I still got more content coming tomorrow. Don't worry about it. Y'all know I be trying to bring y'all some good stuff that's going on out here in the real world. So for those that sent coffees, I appreciate y'all again. Thank you, Latay, and thank you, Latay, for still coming through from time to time, if not all the time. I definitely appreciate that. Thank you so much. So y'all, always remember, stay prayed up. Always remember to keep God first, no matter what you do. And I want y'all to finish having a blessed afternoon, I love you guys. Thank you guys for timing in. I appreciate it. All y'all, comments. Thank y'all for engaging. See, I know I was wondering that too at the beginning. Yes, I try to make it tomorrow. I love those lives. Thank you so much, sis. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. If you can, whenever you can, just tune in, or if you got to watch the replay, it's cool with me. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of y'all afternoon. Peace and love.